Good evening. Before we begin tonight, I would like to have a moment of silence to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Will Patterson, distinguished alumnus of the class of 1984 who devoted his life to public service in this community. His absence is felt broadly and deeply. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. With that, I'd like to call tonight's business meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Member Stanton? Yes. Member Langendorf here. Member Baxley?
Here.
Member Jones?
Here.
Vice President Exum?
Here.
President Pulowski?
Here. Are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to tonight's agenda? Hearing none. I'd like to start off with the really important action item and swear in our new Subdistrict 2 board member. So, you can stand up. So, I say your name.
I, Jennifer Hickson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully discharge the duties
that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of member of the Board of Education of Urbana School District Number 116
of the office of member of the Board of Education of Urbana School District Number 116
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States,
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability.
and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability.
I further swear that
I further swear that
I shall respect taxpayer interests
I shall respect taxpayer interests
by serving as a faithful protector of the school district's assets.
by serving as a faithful protector of the school district's assets.
I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion
I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion
by my fellow board members and others who seek a hearing before the board,
by my fellow board members and others who seek a hearing before the board,
while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
I shall recognize that a board member has no legal authority
I shall recognize that a board member has no legal authority
as an individual and that decisions can be made only by a majority vote.
as an individual and that decisions can be made only by a majority vote at a
Public board meeting.
public board meeting.
Sorry. I shall abide by majority decisions of the board
I shall abide by majority decisions of the board
while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
As part of the Board of Education,
As part of the Board of Education,
I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education
I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education
of every student in
Of
the
ev-
school district.
of every student in the school district.
As part of the Board of Education,
As part of the Board of Education,
oh, I'm sorry, I repeated that. I shall foster with the board extensive participation
I shall foster with the board extensive participation
of the community,
of the community,
formulate goals,
formulate goals,
define outcomes,
define outcomes,
and set the course for Urbana School District Number 116.
and set the course for Urbana School District 116.
I shall assist in establishing a structure
I shall assist in establishing a structure
and an environment designed to ensure all students
and an environment designed to ensure all students
have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
I shall strive to ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement
I shall strive to ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement
and all conditions affecting the education of our children
and all conditions affecting the education of our children
in compliance with state law.
in compliance with state law.
Congratulations and thank you for your service. Next up is our student organization presentation from the Habitat Club.
A lot of them. Wow, that's a big organization. That is so awesome.
All right, hi, we have been here before, so many of you have seen this presentation, or a similar presentation. Laura, is your mic on? Is it on? Is it on now? Okay. All right, so we are here again with this year's group. This is a group of juniors and seniors who traveled with Habitat for Humanity Club at the high school in November and February. So we have 35 students in all. Not all of them could be here tonight. Some of them are playing like sports stuff, but those that are not sporting are here. A little bit of background. How do I go forward? Can I go forward? Oh, click.
It's not working.
Okay. All right. So in 2012, I started at the high school and met Mark. We realized that we had a connection, that we had both taken Habitat trips much earlier in our lives, and that Habitat had remained parts of our lives, much in part to the teaching of Zach Sutton's dad. So Zach Sutton is right here. And Zach Sutton had been going with his dad since he was like 4 years old. So we got to talking and we decided that, this was something that had profoundly impacted our lives. And why was it that this was something that was offered to uni high students that was affecting them? Why couldn't we do it with Urbana high kids? That was very important to us. And we took the first trip in 2014. It was very successful. And at this point, we've taken over 200 students to the Delta. We started by doing one trip per year in February, and we've now moved to 2 trips per year. Every trip has been really meaningful, very impactful. This is our 10-year anniversary, and we tonight have Kim Gollings with us, who is from the Champaign County Habitat, because we really do want, as a club, we do take these trips. Our purpose of the trips when we go down to the south, to Mississippi, is to kind of have students think about why it's the way it is in Mississippi. Why do we need to go down there? Why does that need exist? But also, I think, and they'll talk about this, it helps to gain some perspective in our own community about things that are going on here. And part of that has been this continued relationship with Champaign County Habitat.
Hello. Thank you all for the brief opportunity to talk to you today. I am Kim Gollings. I'm the Community Outreach Director for Habitat for Humanity of Champaign County. Building houses with Habitat is an incredibly rewarding and impactful experience that provides these students with valuable lessons and skills that will benefit them for years to come. First and foremost, it teaches these young people the value of giving back to our community. But it's not just building houses and learning construction skills, it's also learning life skills, the act of service, teamwork, collaboration, problem solving, personal fulfillment, accomplishment, and what it means to make a tangible difference. I have so much feedback, I'm sorry. What it means to make a tangible difference in the world. The big thing about Habitat's work is that we are a hand up. We are not a handout. And when you get to actually see that work that you're doing hands-on, it makes a huge lasting impact on what it means to be a part of our community. The other real important thing that Habitat teaches is that it teaches our history. It teaches our history of our community and what has gone on here as far as discrimination and redlining. And who would have thunk that both Springfield and Urbana metro areas are more segregated than areas of Charlottesville, Virginia. There's an area, the Daphne, Fairhope, Foley area in Mobile, Alabama, even though that they have similar populations. So here in Champaign County, only 6% of homeowners are black compared to 84% of white people who are homeowners. And you can check all of that information with the United States Census Bureau. So who would have really thought that Urbana-Champaign has less opportunity for our BIPOC community than they do down in the South? The other thing that we get to have great opportunities on the build site and things that we get to talk about is the centuries of systemic barriers that have been set up between black people and their money that has not allowed them to purchase a home, which means that they have not had the opportunity to transfer generational wealth down to their children. And one of the things I really love about working with these students is that they get a lot of the things that the rest of us don't get, such as wanting to be on the right side of history. And for them, what I see that meaning is that when we're talking about everyone being treated equally, yes, that's coming up in conversation. But what nobody's talking about that these young students, young adults see is what it means for everyone to also, for it not to just be equal, but for it to also be equitable. And I think that is a really important thing that for us to be on the right side of history, we need to know moving forward. So when I stop and you look around this room, these are the students, these are the faces of the people that I say that are doing the hard work. They are the ones that are making sure that housing is affordable and being out there building with their hands. And with the leadership of Laura Koretz and Mark Foley and Zach Sutton, this is our future, and this is the group of people that comes out on builds with Habitat that I am most proud and excited to work with. So thank you.
Okay, so now these kids have given up their lunch today. They came and practiced this. They made the slideshow, and they're going to come up in groups. They'll introduce themselves and go through some of the information about what they did in the Delta. Okay.
Hello. My name is Kristen Rawani. I'm a senior, and this is my, I went on 2 trips, last year in February and this year in February.
Hi, I'm Lillian Hall. I'm a junior, and I've gone on 2 trips, and in this past November and this February.
So basically, like Ms. Golling said, there's a lot of issues that happens in like the southern part of America. There's a lot of socio-economic barriers that people have to face there, and we just kind of go down there to try to relieve it as much as we can. If you look at the map, Mississippi is highlighted as the darkest state. They have like the highest rate of poverty, the highest rate of unemployment, and the highest like crime rate. So we just try to go down there and support them as much as we can by helping out with building houses and giving people places to stay that are affordable.
And a big issue that we at Habitat like to address is that all of these continuous issues and barriers are long-lasting impacts of sharecropping and slavery in the United States. As Mississippi, specifically Tutwiler, is before the dam was built, there was, as you can see, before the dam was built, the river would flood the cities, and it made for very like nutrient dense soil, which was like optimal for agriculture, which like helped slavery and like growing of crops, which later, when like human labor became less and less necessary, it pushed a lot of these sharecroppers out of jobs, and so many are still many like descendants and family thereof are still suffering from the lack of like lack of economic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, this is me again very briefly. Now that you know where we go, we thought it was also important for you to know how we make this happen. It does cost money for us to travel to the Delta. We take 4 7-passenger vans that we rent from Enterprise, and everybody gets in a van. And we stay at a tiny dorm there in Tutwiler, which is right on the grounds of where they're building these habitat homes. And since we began the program, have really wanted any student to be able to attend and to participate regardless of their financial situation. So we don't receive any funding directly from the district. What we've always done that has always worked out is that we divide up how much it costs per student. We let families know, and we just say, please contribute what you can as a donation. And then the rest of the time we're kind of scrounging around writing grants, sometimes for a small amount, sometimes for a big amount. Sarah McCarthy is here tonight, who we recently this past year were rewarded $20,000 from the McCarthy Dressman Foundation, which has really helped out the last couple of years. But we've also, thank you. We've also received some funding from the IEA, National Society of High School Scholars, Southern Poverty Law Center, State Farm, and then we do fundraisers. So these guys are sitting out at the farmer's market on a Saturday morning quite often. We do a memorial Title IX volleyball game that we break even on, but it's fun. We do a dance, which I think we might have made $30 this year. But again, it's fun. So they work hard, not just on housing here and down in the Delta, but just to be able to participate and take the trips.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm a senior and I've been on 2 Habitat trips so far, I guess total, because I'm graduating, but yes.
Hi, I'm Cassie Wayful. I've been on 1 trip. I'm a senior.
Hi, I'm Luna Morales, and I've been on 2 trips, and I'm also a senior.
So obviously the central of everything we do in Mississippi is build houses, and that's, is it not on? Oh, sorry. Thanks, Cassie. Obviously the central of everything we do in Mississippi is build, and that's exactly what the trip is built around, and there's a big emphasis on that in the preparation and throughout the whole week. So Habitat has built 49 houses in Tutwiler, and we're starting to work on the 50th now. That's actually going to be the last house in Tutwiler that's being built or replaced with a Habitat house because they ran out of land. So now lots of substandard housing that existed in Tutwiler is being replaced with housing that's affordable and safe to live in. I went on the first trip February of last year, and we worked on house number 48. And February of this November of this year, we were able to see that house finished, and something called a house blessing took place, which we were able to go to, which is basically when the community gets together and the family is officially given the house, and it's really the transition from it becoming a house to a home to this new family. And it was extremely moving and extremely powerful to be able to see this house that I had put work in be given to this family, where this young boy would grow up and be raised in it, and hopefully it would be passed down to his kids, and they would have a basis from which they could economically be stable. So that's just one of the impacts of the work that we do.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I went on the November trip, and we worked on insulation. We put insulation in the whole house. It was just bare walls before we were there, and then we worked on drywalling. Drywalling is a lot harder than it looks, but it was fun, and you had to learn to work together because those ceiling pieces are heavy, and you don't want anybody to get crushed. But it was very satisfying when you would like measure out where the vent needs to go, and then you'd push it up, and it fit perfectly. And it was just so much fun. So we learned a lot about how to build a house, which it's crazy how much goes into building a house. And we learned how to work together, and we learned the joys of manual labor. It was also very rewarding to see this progress we made, because it was just bare walls when we started, and then we left. We had gotten like halfway or so with the drywalling, and it was very rewarding.
I went on the February trip this year, and it's and it's definitely like one thing to build a house for somebody, but it's a completely different thing to actually build a home for somebody. That takes a genuine community, and I think through Habitat, that community has been established in Tutwiler. And during this last trip, we were mainly mudding, putting up drywall, and doing siding. So we're really seeing like our work come together and doing the final touches for the house. But yes, this has been a very rewarding experience for all of us, and we hope that this can happen again for more students and even maybe around the country.
Hello, my name is Adasha DeLeon. I am a senior, and I've currently been on 2 trips. My first trip in November, and my other trip, my most recent trip, is also in November.
Hello, I'm Quale Johnson. I'm a senior at Urbana High School, and I've been on 2 trips so far, one in November of 2023 and one in February of 24.
Hi, my name is Eve Foley. I am a senior, and I've been on 2 trips, including the November 2022 or 2023. No, 2022, and then February 2024.
First, I'll be talking about the Spring Initiative, which was co-founded by a previous Urbana High School alumni. So in spring, we were able to communicate and see the children that lived in Tutwiler, as well as other places in Mississippi. There we were able to see the forms of community and the ways people were able to form connections. I met this really kind boy named Mario. He asked me to help him with his math. He was quite a delight, I will say. He was amazing at math once he got the hang of it. You could really see the way these children were passionate about learning and forming connections with each other, and as well as the bright minds they were forming with the help of their mentors and the people who would help them out through Spring Initiative.
I want to note in particular why tutoring and mentoring specifically was meaningful to me. I want to start off by just saying that I looked exactly like some of the kids in the picture that you see. I was just a kid wanting to learn and having, some sort of issues outside of school that, you just sometimes need someone to talk to, and I'm lucky to have people in my life to help guide me and support me and spread wisdom. So as a couple of the seniors on the Habitat trip were sent off in the mornings to go to the local Bearden Elementary School, I was one in particular that tried to go almost every day, because just to see these bright faces and connect with these children, it's meaningful to me, because now that I've experienced and know that this, like, just sharing knowledge and spreading wisdom and being there for children who might be in need is really meaningful. So I'm really glad to have experienced that and to connect with a child in particular by the name of Carl Johnson. Let's go, Carl Johnson. Okay, I'm sorry. But no, Carl Johnson is a really bright kid, and he was struggling with some issues outside of school that he wasn't really comfortable talking with his teachers at school. But by forming a connection with him, tutoring, playing outside, and things like that, he was able to open up to me, and I was able to share some of my wisdom and knowledge with him, which I'm very grateful for. And also, just I've never actually been like very fond of tutoring and mentoring, but like connecting with the children and helping them learn has opened something in me, and I've grown fond of educating, and it's given me a sense of what I want to do with my future. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity in general. Thank you.
Hi, I was also able to go to the Bearden Elementary School this past February trip, and Quali and I were both in second grade classrooms, so I can verify that Carl is amazing. I was in a different second grade classroom, and I also kind of got to see how challenging school could be for some of these students, if not basically every single student in the classroom. In the classroom I was in, there was a lot of silent crying and fights or threats of fights, and these were second graders, and it was a very chaotic experience, and it was very overwhelming the first day I was there. But even though it felt a bit overwhelming and it was a decently different environment, I still felt very moved and like I wanted to go back, and so I went back again and had really formed strong connections that by the time I came back the second day, all the kids were yelling Miss Eve and talking to me and doing my hair and trying to play soccer with me. And I basically have a bunch of best friends who are second graders in Mississippi. And it was really amazing, and I also had a very impactful experience where I feel like it's given me guidance on kind of what I want to do with my future, because these kids are only at the beginning of their lives and I'm kind of towards the end of my education, and being in a whole different like education system and environment, and then kind of comparing it when I come back here has had a really big impact on me, and kind of on my morals and identity and just figuring out who I am. I know for everyone that's gone on this trip, it has been extremely different, like coming back after going down there, and we all become different people for the better. Thanks to second graders and everyone down there.
No, it's fine. My name is Kyla Juday. I went on the November trip this year, and like everybody has said, you know, it's a very fulfilling experience and very rewarding, and yes, being able to see the walls go up, being able to put in the drywall, be able to physically see the progress you're making, but it makes it 10 times more fulfilling when you then get to meet the people who are benefiting from your work, and get to meet the kids in the house next door and just see the lives that you're impacting, even if it's in such a small way, for just a week of work. Like, it really makes the difference of the experience. And at the end of the week, there's a potluck with the community and our chaperones / teachers, and all of the students that came. And it's really just an experience of reflection and gratitude by the end of the week, because you've had all of these really intense emotional experiences just being in a very different environment. And, I was really grateful to have had that experience, and the community is grateful to receive the help, and we're grateful for our teachers, and I think gratitude in general is just such a healthy thing that any student can learn and bring back with them. And it's all relative, and it's really important to know what you have. Anything to add?
Yeah, I'm Nora. I'm a senior. I've been on 2 trips, and I think one of the most eye-opening moments I think it was my first trip, which was February of 2023, was when I was working on, I think I was mudding, and I was mudding inside of what was going to be one of the children's bedrooms, and a son, he came in and he started talking to me, and I could just see the joy on his face, and he was asking me questions, and he was really exciting, and I saw it in his face that as he was watching these walls literally be put up, this was something that he had never experienced before. And then so that really opened my eyes, and then coming home and realizing how important it is to have a house that you can call home and a place that you can feel comfortable in and feel safe. That's one of the most important things. So that really opened my eyes, and it actually made me realize that I wanted to pursue social work. So that was one of the most important things that I remember from either trip.
And going on this trip, you come home with a whole new family, not just closer with your peers and with the adults on the trip, but also having made new connections in the South. And Lorenzo and JD are 2 of the people that help work on the site, and everyone just loves them so much. And one of the pictures on the slides features a birthday cake on the day of the potluck. It was Lorenzo's birthday, and he's been working with Habitat since Urbana started taking trips down there, and so he really is a part of the family, and it was so great to meet him and to celebrate him and all of the work that he's put in as well. So you really do just build amazing connections.
Almost done.
Okay. My name's Qasim Sumbul. I'm a senior. I've only been on 1 trip last November. One of the best experiences while on the trip was seeing Beale Street. This street is a big tourist attraction, and it's kind of amazing. It's filled to the brim with music, food, and souvenir shops. You can't take a step without experiencing something new or hearing or seeing something new. I really enjoyed this street because I got the opportunity to talk to some of the workers and owners of the shops. And when I told them about us, a bunch of them already knew about us. I remember one of the shop's workers saying they're still doing these trips, which I found kind of funny. Yeah. Even though I am not from Urbana originally, I have had an opportunity to travel, experiencing history and culture with my friends on the school trip, creating memories I will never forget.
Hi, my name's Asof Lakongo. I got the opportunity to go to the February trip this February, and it was a very life-impacting opportunity for me because we got the opportunity to go to Alabama, which is not something like most of the other trips got the opportunity to do, and we went to a lot of different sites, and one of them was going to this church where Martin Luther King used to pastor, and the experience there was it was very informative in a way because I learned a lot about history over there, and it was, I don't know, it kind of made me emotional in a way because like just learning a lot about like how he planned like everything on like what he wanted to do and like the impact he wanted to do in his community. And then after that we went to the Legacy Museum, which kind of, it was like it hit hard a lot because we went to the museum and we saw how, like, the everything started basically, like how like the oppression started, and like it really gets you thinking on why like Mississippi is the way it is, and like how it goes back years and years. And after going there and like having that moment, and like coming back with more clarity, when we got back to the dorms, it really motivated me to work even harder to at least like get further ahead in like to the house, and just to make more of an impact, I guess. And when I got home, it really like gave me a sense of gratitude for what I have, and not a lot of people in Mississippi get to have that.
Next slide. That's what I was watching too. My name is Quentin. I've been on 2 trips, February 23 and November 24. A lot of the places that we got to go, like the monument in February of 23, we got to see the monument of the Lane Massacre in Helena, Arkansas. And then another big one we went to was the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis. And you could just tell that the way everybody observed the museum was really with just their heart open. And everybody was just so open to just seeing and accepting the past and knowing that we need to move on to a better future. And then one of the most impactful sites was probably the general store and the river site where they found Emmett Till's body. Because I'm not gonna lie, on both trips, I stayed for over an hour just looking at the river, just sitting and thinking about just how humanity is, why things are the way they are, how we can change them, what we can do to better our society just as a people. And then even to the courthouse, you can see the picture in the middle of the slide. The courthouse where Mamie Till fought against the murderers of her son. And just being, even though it was a revised version of the courtroom, just being able to look in there and know that this is where that happened was just such an impactful feeling.
I'm back. So, I think obviously the work is the center of the trip, and that was obviously the most important takeaway. But I think another thing that can sometimes be thought over, and was one of the biggest takeaways for me, was how much bonding went into the trip, because a lot of people think this is crazy, but none of us were allowed to bring our phones, and we all chose to still go. So it was over 20 hours driving, with 3 people packed in the back of a van, and a lot of people find that very surprising. But it was, we were forced to talk to. Okay, not forced, not forced, not forced. Okay, no. Let me reword that. We were, because we didn't have our phones, and I feel like that's kind of like a way that our society can kind of just look at their phones when they don't want to have a conversation with somebody. We were, I don't know how to say it, encouraged to socialize with people who you might have for years just walk past in the halls without talking to, and we're able to come away with amazing bonds and friendships that will last for a long time. So I think that was one of the most important things for me as well.
I'm Michael. I went on the November trip in 2023. I'm a senior. And I was pretty reserved going into this trip. I didn't talk to many people in public. I just was pretty quiet. But on the trip down, I felt myself feeling more open and relaxed being with all these people. And while we were working with each other every single day and doing fun activities like singing on the couches and stargazing and just being in a completely new area of the world with each other, this whole group felt to me like almost a new family that I was very open to bonding with. And it became, after we got back, it became a very great source of socialization for me. And like Nora said, we couldn't have our phones on this trip, so our options were either work, sleep, talk to people, or be bored. So if
it was a pretty easy decision to make. I was just talking to people a lot more out of, well, no other option really. And yeah, that was one of the most impactful parts of this trip for me. I made a lot of bonds that I otherwise never would have made. I talked to people that I never would have considered talking to before this, and it was very, very altering for me socially, and I really appreciated it. We created a lot of close bonds as a group and individually, especially with people in that community like JD and Lorenzo, and like Kwale mentioned, the kids that were at the schools. They were a wonder to work with, and I really enjoyed getting to know a few of them. And yeah, it was an amazing opportunity to bond.
All right, that's it. Thank you guys so much for your patience, and we really appreciate. Is that it? Right? Am I okay? Good. And we really appreciate all the support, at least you guys listening to us. And I do want to just say this is the 10th year we've done it. I know Paul's kids have been. Some of you know people who've gone on these trips. I continue to think that this is how it always. I continue to think that as far as like the last years of our education system, that we need more of this stuff. Like we really need time for these kids to kind of get away from all the pressure that they have about college admissions and everything else, and just have some time to connect with each other and to think about their future and who they want to be and what kind of impact they want to make on the world. So I know you guys have a long meeting ahead of you, and we really appreciate you for listening to us. And I think, we might go out to eat right now, so you guys can think about us out having a good time while you're in this room forever. All right. Bye.
And we do have gifts for you guys. So all the kids wrote reflection letters that they. Oh wait.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, guys. We do have a long meeting, so I'd like to go ahead and clear the room so that we can continue with citizen statements. If anybody would like to make a statement before the board, there are goldenrod sheets in that back corner of the room, so please fill one out and hand it to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson, who's taking care of the mics. First up tonight is a statement from Julie Duvall.
I'd probably like to start by asking for an ADA accommodation to speak longer than 5 minutes. Thank you. I originally came here tonight because tonight the board has a tough decision of picking the redistricting and picking a dual language school. I'm only going to talk about the SPED issues. As far as the personnel and strategic plans, that's another issue. The district, 2 years ago, the redistrict renovated Thomas Paine to make it SPED friendly. Again, there are classrooms that have bathrooms, kids that have toileting issues that need showers and laundry facilities. The thought that the district is taking, and I've talked to dual language, I've talked to Yankee Ridge people. I mean, we're in a bad situation, but sometimes you got to get down and just do the priorities. And you are putting on the table SPED kids. It's not SPED against dual language or Thomas Paine against Yankee Ridge. It's about what's right and what's legal. You made this building for these kids. And 2 years later, and parents were appreciative. We had playground equipment that we'd asked for years. 2 years later, we're on the chopping block. It's like we don't matter. And then I originally came here a few weeks ago and said, if you will put these accommodations in all the other schools, then we'll be equal. I went and looked at every school. We have a path over at Thomas Paine that these kids in wheelchairs can use. I didn't find that in any other building other than the track at the middle and high school. Again, I'm not going to get into the personnel issues other than these are people's lives. These kids coming from a disabled family, my life is hard, and I trust my team at the school. And my team trusts me that I'm going to tell them if there's an issue. Just going to another school isn't going to make a difference. These kids that are learning toiletrying in fourth grade, we're asking them to go to another school that is not set up. Imagine your kid. Last year there was a high schooler, and I came and talked to you about it, that was videoed, and it went viral because they were missing a door in the bathroom. We're subjecting our kids to this. The staffing, the general consensus of everybody I've spoken to is we're adults, and we don't like the way that this happened, but we're all here for the kids. Why Thomas Paine? You really lost a lot of, there's already trust and transparency issues within the district, but I have gotten emails and texts from SPED students or SPED parents for the last couple of weeks. They're really afraid. They don't know where they're going to put their kids. It's not that Yankee Ridge or Leal or King or anybody else's school is bad. And I know that Wiley and other schools have changed, and that SPED kids are no different about change, except SPED kids thrive off a routine. You are going to take these kids out of Thomas Paine, fourth graders that have just learned to use the public bathroom, throw them into another school environment that they learn, but they're going to regress in the process. And Thomas Paine, it's not just about the staff, although we have good staff. At one of the redistricting meetings, I asked Dr. Avery Tatum, what will you do with there are 5 cross-cat rooms. And I said, what are you going to do with them? And she said, we're going to keep them together. Perfect answer. 10 minutes later, I asked Beth Lev the same question. She said she hadn't decided yet. However, she would make sure that they were doubles. So one school will have 2 SPED or sub cross-cat rooms, and the other one will one school will have 2 and another school will have 3. If you knew your students and if you knew your staff, go in the building. Walking into a sub cross-cat classroom with 6 students on certain days at certain times is more disruptive than the UMS at lunchtime. And you have dedicated staff. And you're about to take their bathrooms and some of their resources from you. And bathrooms might not seem like a big deal, but we're closing down schools because of money. So the board needs to be really careful when they're talking about, we'll put these services somewhere else, that it's confusing. Why did you close everything? We closed the school because of money, but now you have money to put bathrooms in all these other schools. The Yankee family, Yankee Ridge family, I've spoken to them. They're just invested in their kids. It was just the way that this whole thing panned out. So Donna Oaks Novak once told me years ago, the right road isn't always the easy road. And I'm asking the board to think about all of your students. Do not dismiss Thomas Paine or any SPED student in this district. You have a facility here. You have a facility now. You have so many fires in this district that quite honestly some of you created yourself. And you're going to take our taxpayer monies to put in bathrooms and things somewhere else. On a side note, I came here to try to bring everybody together, and something came to my attention that is just infuriating me, and I cannot walk away without saying something. Last week, a video went viral. An elementary staff member took a video of some kids that were unruly, they had behavior issues, and sent it to a parent. It went viral, went online. I spent last Tuesday with an admin and other faculty in the district trying to get this off the internet So as much as I advocate and I gripe and I get on your nerves, I am also here for our students. So I was able to get it down all but one site. I find out today that teacher was fired from that school. I knew that, I take that back, I knew that last week. Found out today that teacher works in another district, or another building in this district. That is a huge problem. The SPED community in this, here in Champaign, is imploding faster than you realize. There's a lot of things on social media, there's a lot of things in the press. We are in real trouble. And the fact that you have a staff member who took a video, and for those that don't know about your confidentiality policy, here's how the law works. When you take first of all, we as parents have to sign a confidentiality that you can take our picture for the yearbook or whatever, social media. This staff member took a video, it was about a minute and a half, maybe, no longer. And somehow it got on the internet. By law, the district, when they were aware, should have notified every parent student was in that video. Tomorrow, I happen to be busy on my day job, but on Thursday I will be contacting the parents. I knew a lot of those kids in the team, and I will be contacting those parents to find out, was the law followed through? You have an obligation, Paul. We have good people here, and none of them are perfect, and we all make mistakes. Children were put on the internet, and you need to be aware that is not okay. And we're not going to stop, and you need to make sure that students, all students, these weren't just SPED students. Imagine your kid coming to school, I'm almost done. Imagine your kid coming to school and then you check on your Facebook at lunch and there they are. You guys hold our kids or you have our responsibility of our kids. And you fired them and put them in another. Champaign is imploding for exactly the same reason. I know you guys see me on social media. I know you see me on the news. The same things are happening here. The difference is, up until about 30 minutes ago when I found out this information, the difference between Champaign and Urbana, we have good people here. I can call Dr. J anytime. I can email her anytime. They are open. All admins are open to talk to. In Champaign, they close the door. They do not talk. The board does not talk to you at the meetings, does not answer emails. There's a lot of friction over there. So I'm asking you to please reconsider as you vote tonight that things are coming down the pipeline you have no idea. The SPED community as a whole and locally has had it. Champaign can't come here, our kids don't want to go there. It's okay, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Lori left us on.
Next up is Richard Zhang.
Hi, my name is Richard Zhang. I'm in 4th grade at Yankee Ridge. Most of my classmates and I don't like the idea of changing schools. I think everyone is happy the place they are in. First, if we relocated in another school, I believe each classroom would have too many students. Actually, our classrooms in Yankee Ridge have already been packed since you closed Wiley last year. Every student deserves sufficient space. Every teacher will face extra challenges to teach more students in the class. Second, as a 4th grade scholar, if Wiley will be a 6th grade center, I will be in 4 different schools in 4 consecutive years. All the 4th graders don't like this plan. All the 4th graders' families don't like this plan either. Third, it is unfair for all the non-dual language teachers in Yankee Ridge. This plan will force them to apply for a new job within a short period of time. They love Yankee Ridge and we love them too. Don't separate us. Fourth, my home is really close to Yankee Ridge. We really enjoy walking to school with my mom. I love this neighborhood school since most of my friends walk to school too. We can study together in school and hang out after school. For me, Yankee Ridge is a big family. Don't separate my friends and me. In addition, I don't want to take the school bus. It wastes time and isn't convenient. Overall, this redistrict proposal doesn't have a strategical plan. Our families and students don't deserve to take a risk due to your irrational idea. Please take our suggestions into consideration. It is our school. Our opinions matter.
Emma Ehrenhardt.
I'm going to start really quickly that my daughter goes to school with Richard, and she's in the French dual language program. So while you talk about moving the community together, the community is not being moved together. My daughter's going to have to choose between the French program and living with her friends and teachers like Richard. So I just want to start with that. Paul, Lola, Tori, and Sherry. The four of you have approved every vote that the administration has put in front of you this term. None of you have children in the elementary or middle school that will be directly impacted by these drastic changes. You claim to represent the silent majority with your votes. What outreach have you done to the silent majority? Paul, have you canvassed the area just north of us to understand how the loss of Yankee Ridge, a walking distance school for them, will impact that low-income minority population? Tori, have you held meetings with King families to understand their feelings on their school surpassing target capacity next year in Concept 1? Lola and Sherry, have you reached out to the Wiley students that will get displaced for the second time in 2 years? How can you represent them when you have not even attempted to speak with them? It seems that you are solely representing central office's agenda, which is not focused on improved student outcomes for all. Redistricting is needed, but the proposed Concept 1 will worsen the situation for more Urbana students than improve it. We will go from 2 schools over target capacity to 3 schools over target capacity next year, and we will be busing more students than we currently do, despite proximity being an objective of redistricting. Combined target capacity among all elementary schools is 2,096. Current enrollment is 1,989. Why did we not equally distribute the elementary population across schools by building capacities? In fact, there is a proposal that better distributes student population in Concept 2. Why are we not seeing a busing model for Concept 2? Is it because administration knows it would have been more favorable? The administrators of this district are gatekeeping information to prevent a true dialogue with the community. I've heard that Katie will be presenting why busing information is only being presented for Concept 1 tonight, but why is this piece of information not being shared prior to the close of public comments? Is it because the district does not want to give the community an opportunity to provide a counterpoint before the vote? The Family of Familia or Spanish BPAC in their December 19, 2023 presentation to the board requested, quote, dual language programs should not become a tool to further segregate student by ethnicity, race, income, end quote. Administrators have dismissed concerns about a segregated school because of the 50-50 Spanish-English native speaker enrollment. However, that's not the true makeup of the dual language program due to various reasons, none least because English speakers leave the district or program but are not able to join past kindergarten for Spanish and first grade for French. Numbers shared by the district this spring shows students with a home language of English are just 22% in Spanish dual language, 30% in French dual language, and in a combined building, it will be 24%. From the 50% far from the 50% administration has touted. Paulina gave a presentation last meeting on horizontal hostility. How is horizontal hostility going to be addressed when we isolate the elementary dual language program into a single building? It is also troubling to me that the district has used French dual language as a pro for putting Spanish dual language at Yankee Ridge when top administrators are discussing, albeit not publicly, closing the French program after the coming academic year. To use French dual language as justification for this move while planning its closure is just cruel to all the French dual language students and families, but particularly the immigrant population. I hope this is not the case, and I will continue to advocate for the program whatever happens in the coming years. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that February 2024 dual language enrollment of 503 has already surpassed the 5-year RSP projection and the target capacity for Yankee Ridge. And Spanish-speaking immigrants seem to be one of the largest student growth areas for Urbana. Board members, I ask that you demand clear and concrete answers tonight before your vote. No more, we're working on it, What will the socioeconomic demographics be in Concept 1? Without that information, the district cannot guarantee every school will maintain their free reduced lunch plan next year. Where will the Yankee Ridge special education students go, and what systems will be in place to ease the transition for them? What is the current attendance rate among bused elementary students versus Walker elementary students? Will increased busing lead to worse attendance rates? What will happen to French when the Spanish continues to outgrow Yankee Ridge? Is it legal to close Yankee Ridge when we have targeted funding due to its comprehensive designation? Simply put, I want accountability from the administrators when these changes cause further harm to the students they are so disconnected from. And the best way to get accountability is to create a strategic plan before these changes are implemented.
John Persiani.
Hi, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I'm a community member. Two of my kids went to Yankee Ridge, and now one is at UMS. I would like to add my voice to that of all those who have been asking you to put the plan to redistrict and make all the sweeping changes that you're planning to make on hold until a solution that has the support of the community, or at least the majority of the community, is found. I'm an immigrant. I was not born here, neither were my spouse and my children. I live in a multilingual household, and teaching non-U.S. languages and cultures is in fact my job at the University of Illinois. Now, my children did not participate in the DL program because my family's languages are not currently offered. But if they had been, and someone had told me that, hey, we're going to create a DL-only school by taking that school from its current students, their families, their neighborhood communities, to give it to you and your children, then I would have said, well, that is a bad idea. I would have regarded that as an unfair policy because it puts the needs of one group above the needs of another. Dual language education is wonderful. Multilingualism is wonderful, but DL can be advanced and promoted without taking resources and creating massive disruption and harm to so many families, children, teachers, and communities in the district, who also deserve to be served by the district and by you. So for that reason, I urge you not to pass the plan. This is a sign that the powers that be are with me, or maybe against, I don't know. Shall I continue or stop? Okay, I'm almost done.
Yeah, it sounds like. I'm guessing we lost half power in half the building. Please go ahead. I guess we're still streaming.
Okay, thank you. So for that reason, I urge you not to pass the plan of making all these sweeping changes all at the same time. Put it on hold until a solution that serves all the students and families in the district, and not only some, has been found. I realize that this is very hard, but good things are always hard, while rushed impulse solutions rarely lead to positive long-term outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lacey Elliott.
Feels very apocalyptic. Okay. Is that the microphone? Okay. All right. Good evening, board members. Tonight I am expecting you to vote to make Yankee Ridge the dual language school. That's what I'm expecting. Still without a strategic plan. And I do think this is very irresponsible of you as board members for these 3 reasons. Number 1, we have not defined what success will look like for our dual language school. Dual language has been proven over and over and over again to be long-term the best way to educate our emergent bilingual population. But because we are teaching in the native language first, it takes 5 to 7 years for test scores to reflect how beneficial this is for kids. And that's all of elementary school. So if we're basing the success of the school just on test scores, the school's never going to look successful. And so I'm very worried about the future of this dual language program without defining success before we disrupt all these kids and start the school. I'm worried that in a couple of years we'll just abandon this and move on to something else after causing so much kerfluffle. Emma already mentioned this, but there were 503 students in the dual language program between Spanish and French per Mr. Schroeder's FOIA in February. I'm going to pause here just to say the fact that we had to FOIA attendance numbers during a redistricting process, which by law must be an open process, is concerning to me and I think should be to you as board members. So we've got a problem no matter which happens, which way it goes. If a lot of the families at Leo pull out and decide to stay in their neighborhood school, or same with DPW families and don't join the dual language school, then we're going to have crowded elementary schools where the dual language used to be. Or if everybody comes and our population continues to grow, then we're going to be crowded immediately and endanger the French having space as well. And I think this is the worst thing I'm going to say here, is that we, the people of Urbana, we're expecting to be lied to. This has happened multiple times recently, with Wiley closing because of asbestos, when it turned out to be financial, with Wiley kids being moved again, even though they were told they wouldn't, with the redistricting committee promise that never happened. What we have here is a group of people at Yankee Ridge, and I would include all of the dual language families in this too, that you are asking to do a really hard thing, to give up our school, our communities, our sense of safety and security, our child care plans, the things that we need as parents just to make our lives happen. You're asking us to give that up without a plan in place to know that this is going to be successful and it's going to be worth it. Because what we see is just holes in a non-existent plan. And we see failing schools, and we don't see the benefit to all this change. So what we need is a written down strategic plan with details. We need to know how we're going to measure success, what the plan is to ease the transition, what kind of guarantees do we have that things will actually stay stable long enough for our kids to learn. Without careful plans, Urbana will continue to fail like we have been. There's no guarantee that shaking up the district and having the pieces land in different places will be anything other than detrimental to our town. So board members, I urge you to vote no tonight to both maps. I urge you to reconsider the timeline for redistricting and stop all of the movement of our children until we have a strategic plan. I know most of you won't do it, but I'm asking anyway. Mr. Pelosi, I voted for you twice. You represent me, and Yankee Ridge, you are our sub-district person, elected official. And the Yankee Ridge community that you represent does not want to become the dual language school. Not because we are against dual language, not because we don't think those kids deserve a place to learn. We totally do, but we don't want to lose our community school. Thank you.
So a quick power update. Apparently a squirrel ran into one of our transformers and blew it up. Ameren's been notified, so we'll soldier on. Next up is Colin Rude.
All right, well, here we are. This is the day you decide on the future of Urbana's elementary schools. The day I fear you are going to close a rich and vibrant elementary school community. All right, well, thanks, everybody. That's okay. I'm the squirrel now. All right. This is the day I fear you are going to close a rich and vibrant elementary school community and force its students to move elsewhere, to impose trauma on hundreds of students for making the mistake of being in the wrong cell in the Excel spreadsheet. I've pretty much said all that needs to be said, and I know the board members and administrators have called me and the group of parents who are resisting this effort names as if we are the enemy, as if this is a fight and we are all on different sides and somehow there are winners or losers here. I can't believe our community has had to contend with years of this. I can't believe that our administration has gone years now listening to a community beg for a strategic plan and ignored those pleas. I can't believe that our board has allowed it to happen, rewarded it even. by extending our superintendent's contract and approving administrative pay raises despite failure of the most basic job expectations. There's one phrase that comes to mind when I think about all this, and it's the phrase bad faith. According to Merriam-Webster Online, it's an idiom that means in a dishonest and improper way, with no intention of honoring a promise. I can't think of a better description of the past 2 to 3 years in our district. In bad faith, our board and administrators told us Wiley Elementary School had an asbestos emergency that required its immediate closure. In a dishonest and improper way, the issue was financial, and you could not even have a minimum level of honesty and transparency to tell us that until mere months ago when a board member finally let it slip. With no intention of honoring a promise, you promised Wiley students that they would be grandfathered into whatever school they were moved to, regardless of the outcome of redistricting and dual language. How many dozens of those students are you callously deciding to move to yet another school, despite your promise, just because there happens to be fewer of them at Yankee Ridge? A broken promise is a broken promise, no matter to how many or how few you've broken it. In bad faith, our administrators started a facilities committee process looking to figure out the best use of Wiley. In a dishonest and improper way, the middle school group decided on day one that the one and only solution they would even consider would be a 6th grade center. Despite the charge to consider a multitude of options, despite the promise of a good balance of educators, parents, community members, the final vote was made up with half of district employees. In bad faith, our administrators and board tried to turn Leal into a dual language school. The outcry from families in the neighborhood was enough to convince the board to back off the idea. So, in bad faith, the administration changed tactics, getting the board to first agree to the concept of combining dual language in a single elementary school in order to handcuff the decision to only be one of which school to close now, instead of is this really the best way to serve our dual language population? In a dishonest and improper way. They knew it would force a decision to close a school because Wiley had already been partitioned off in service of the 6th grade center, and they were able to provide misleading data about $1 million deficit that has stymied all discussion about alternative ways to make dual language work without forcing hundreds of elementary students out of their schools. I can't tell you the number of times you, the members of the board, have asked questions of the planners of this decision about basic things: transportation, French dual language, special education, demographics, distance, finances, and the answer you get back is, we don't know, or we will figure it out. It should set off alarm bells that we are here, mid-April, only just learning of the increase in busing volume, but still not knowing the finer details of where hundreds of 5 to 11-year-old kids are going to school and how it's going to be delivered. And it should be even more alarming how many parents have yet to learn that their hundreds of 5 to 11-year-old kids are going to a different school. In bad faith, the administration paid a consulting company $50,000 to perform redistricting reports. In a dishonest and improper way, central office knew from the beginning that Thomas Paine was never a serious option, but still paid tens of thousands for them to draft it. Despite the sheer financial irresponsibility this represents, if I ran a consulting group and I spun my wheels on surveying and reporting that was done in service of providing cover for a district to make a decision that was already a done deal, I would be furious to be made a pawn in that game. And now, in bad faith, you are going to press forward and vote for this disastrous option. You are going to put hundreds of students through the trauma of another school move and ignore the community that is calling you out for doing this with no rhyme or reason, no plan, no strategy, no desired outcome. A couple months down the road, I expect you'll start your apology and appreciation tour. You'll buy more donuts for teachers, maybe form some listening sessions, even actually start that process of strategic planning, for real this time, that was expected of you 5 years ago. But do you honestly think anyone is going to believe you're doing it in good faith? After all of this, if this decision makes things worse rather than better, if this decision erodes all remaining trust the community has in its board and administration, if this decision fails, it will not be because of lack of warning. You don't get to rub your eyes and claim you had no idea it would end up this way. You own this. You carry this with you. You don't get to pass the buck on to the students or the parents or the teachers or the community. It's yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Next up is Tara Hawkins and the Yankee Ridge staff.
We would like to thank the board, Dr. Ivory Tatum, and all other administrators for the time and opportunity to speak this evening. We are here to stand up, stand strong, and stand together. We would like to make our last and final statement as a Yankee Ridge staff. There is unclear and limited communication throughout our school district. Teachers are not heard. Students are not heard. Families are not heard. We have asked for transparency. We have asked for time. We have asked you to listen. This is our last possible opportunity and final plea to pause everything. With a vote to pause tonight, it will allow time to collaborate and rebuild fractured relationships between the board, central office, and all the stakeholders. We have the privilege to teach alongside colleagues from differing backgrounds and would be fortunate to work with anyone from any of the amazing schools in this district. Yankee Ridge staff wants to reiterate that we are a part of the entire Urbana family. We want to see the success of the dual language program and are so proud that Urbana values bilingualism and has taken major steps to protect and promote it with a dual language school. We just don't believe that closing an existing school is the best way to accomplish this goal. Throughout this entire experience, teachers and staff feel that our district does not work collaboratively with us to make decisions. Our professional opinions, feelings, and experiences do not matter. We want to work with our board, our administration, and our families to do what is best for our community. However, the current options have not given us adequate time and space to work together to make the best decision for our students, families, and colleagues. After all, these are our stakeholders. They are Urbana, and Urbana truly is better together.
Thank you all. Lauren Karplus.
Brene Brown says that shame causes doubling down and hostility, but since you seem totally inured to the many voices over the past 2 years, I'm going to try it out tonight. Central office, administrators, senior administrators specifically, and board members, it costs you nothing to say sorry to the Wiley families. It costs you nothing to apologize before you vote tonight to move many of them for a second time in 2 years to worse performing elementary schools, all when they were promised to be grandfathered in with redistricting. Even if you were not on the board when Wiley was closed, with zero community engagement, zero. I canvassed my neighborhood. I live in a Wiley neighborhood. None of them heard from you, Tori. None of them. In 2 short weeks, under false pretenses, you made each subsequent decision that will impact many families. Wiley families were gaslit and strung along for months of uncertainty, all while the superintendent was having private conversations to many actors who have since come forward detailing what the plan was all along. None of you have kids that are impacted by closing either Wiley or Yankee Ridge. Almost none of central office senior leadership even deigns to live in this town. And none of them, with young kids, sends their children to their own neighborhood schools. With almost twice the central office personnel at astronomically higher pay than comparably sized low-income school districts, you say you cannot afford Wiley as the dual language school or a K-6 model, all while in the same year giving yourselves $418,000 in raises and wrapping it up with the well-deserved raises of hourly staff, so that it's very hard to parse out that about $250,000 of that, by my estimate, went to central office senior leadership raises last year. $250,000 in raises last year to central office leadership. I'm pretty sure lots of teachers and even more aides could come for the cost of one administrator. All this comes while you are bleeding experienced educators, many of whom have privately told me in the past 2 years that poor leadership is the reason they are leaving. Not better pay in Champaign, not that they want to leave teaching, but that the leadership at multiple school buildings, by the way, I've heard this from different elementary schools, different middle schools, high schools, I've heard it from almost every school in this district, that the leadership has made their work environment untenable and hostile. It costs you nothing to apologize for making experienced educators interview to maintain their jobs. That is a sign of every bad management that anybody who's ever had a boss has had. You have to interview for your own job to keep it? Really? Ultimately, you are going to close the second minority-majority elementary school in 2 years, adding more students to every classroom, and thereby inevitably worsening our already bottom-of-the-barrel performance in terms of state rankings. You might want to look up relevant school closure laws on that point. Seriously, it's pretty bad legally when you move low-income minoritized kids to worse-performing schools. And the Yankee Ridge neighborhood in the concept gets Leal as some kind of consolation prize for middle and upper class, mostly white segregation. By the way, I live in north central Urbana. My kids are biracial, and the kind of poverty we experience, not in our family, but in our community every day, is structural violence, of which this board and central office plays a role. You play a role in that when you close a successful school that my neighborhood was going to. I smell a consent decree, a la Champaign, in 10 years if this plan moves forward without really seeing what these demographics will be. We don't know what this plan's demographics will be because we haven't meaningfully surveyed families to see what they'll do after this plan is implemented. I leave you with a quote by Matthew Desmond for Central Office to consider. When the affluent and poor live disparate lives, any institution or program on which the poor rely becomes vulnerable. It's easy to support closing a public school that your kid doesn't attend.
Next up is Leanne Matson, I believe.
Hello, I'm Leanne Matson. I'm an Urbana grad, and I actually was lucky enough to be able to attend Wiley, but more importantly, I'm a current 5th grade teacher at Yankee Ridge. I was not planning on reading tonight, but one of my parents was here, and I actually had a student write a letter and would like me to read it to you all. Hi, my name is Ivy. I'm a 5th grader at Yankee Ridge, and I think our school shouldn't be shut down to be a full Spanish dual language school because, one, the Wiley students who just transferred to our school, they will have to move to another school all over again. 2, our school has a lot of fun activities and other schools have their own fun activities. So don't take away from us because if we go to another school, we'll have to get used to unfamiliar fun activities. So don't take away the fun from us. Some of us like coming to school to see our friends, teachers, and even some of the specialist teachers like art, music, PE, dance, and drama. Also, if our school does get shut down, think about the littler kids, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. If they have to switch to another school, that could ruin their education. All schools teach math, science, social studies, reading, and writing differently. I would also like to visit Yankee Ridge when I get to middle school, but if our school gets shut down, I cannot do that. I think that it is so unfair to us. We don't want our school to be shut down, especially the 5th graders, probably because we have so many fun, happy, and sad memories there at Yankee Ridge, so please don't shut down our school. We love it like it's a second home. I love my school, so please don't shut it down. I really enjoyed my experiences there, and I loved all my classrooms. Please don't change our school into a full Spanish dual language school. This is why we don't want our school to be changed.
Thank you. The final one I have tonight is for Janelle Elliott. If anybody else would like to make a statement for the board, there are still forms in the back of the room. Thank you.
Good evening. Last month, I spent time with a friend who is a principal in Indianapolis Public Schools. And I was asking her a bunch of questions about how things work. And she started to tell me about the plan that their city made up 2 years ago. It involved lots of change. K6s are going to K5. Some schools are becoming STEM. they're changing their busing and how their neighborhoods work. And so I asked a lot of questions. I said, when did you learn about this? Oh, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we've known for 2 years that these changes are coming. And they have told any staff that are impacted by these changes that if they stay, they don't even have to take the next job, but if they're staying through the changes, staying until the changes come, they will get a $10,000 bonus. I was shocked. It just feels so very different than the way that we have operated. And I don't have a lot, this is the only experience I have, and they're a bigger district, I imagine, than we are, Indianapolis. And she said the phrase, gosh, it kind of feels like they're flying the plane as they build it, but now that I listen to what you're saying, I guess we got a pretty good deal over here. And so that was just eye-opening. That's just one story I know of a district that made massive changes with way more planning, with advance notice, and showing value to their staff who are willing to stay and participate as the changes are being done. Losing our Yankee Ridge community, people have already said this, it would be hard. It would be hard even if you gave us a plan, a transparent plan with communication that took our input into account, because we love our school. That's what you wanted us to do. You want us to love our school and support our staff. And we've done that for years. But given how you've done it, it's just wrong. It's not okay. We have stayed, many of us, staff, students, families, through poor test scores. We've stayed through very difficult admin years because we know that those things aren't the whole story. We've stayed despite the reputation, the way people talk about Urbana. We stayed despite the higher taxes. We have given hundreds of hours and dollars to support our staff and students. We've come to board meetings. We've served on committees. We are not against change. We are incredibly for all our staff and students. We love Urbana. I've lived here for 17 years, my entire adult life. But it feels like you refuse to listen. You refuse to slow down. You refuse to collaborate with some of these brilliant people in our community. And I really can't understand it. I just continue to be disappointed. And I'm really sad for our staff who just stood before you, who have carried each other through some really hard years. And they've had to deal with unknowns for not only themselves, but all of their students. Their classes are filled with students who don't know where they're going next year because we haven't made a plan. We will lose so many great families, and we will lose so many great staff. And it's not because of change, and it's certainly not white flight, or because we don't like equity knocking at our front door. It's because of incredibly poor leadership, a lack of planning, a lack of listening, and a lack of collaboration, an extreme lack of trust now. And the list goes on and on. But I just want to be clear, that's why people are going to leave. It's not because they don't love Urbana.
Thank you, Janelle. Next up is Julia Hockenmeyer.
Hi again. I'm just going to keep this brief. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I think you all know where I stand on all of this, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things that are really unclear about this redistricting process. What's going to happen to SPED at Yankee Ridge? I know it's a much smaller program, but I haven't seen any discussion of where this program is going to go, what's going to happen with it, and I think that also needs to be discussed, right? This is not to minimize the problems that would follow if you move the SPED program out of Thomas Paine, but still, this is also something you should consider. I was trying to understand how many students were actually going to be moved during this redistricting, and I couldn't figure it out. There is nothing in the RSP slides that we've seen that actually lists that number. They have a table so for concept one, which I assume is the only realistic one because of, so Yankee Ridge, it says that 22.7% of the K through 4 students are going to be impacted by the boundary change. right? So, but this is based on where students reside. This does not include the 500 dual language students, or perhaps 400 if you remove the fifth grade, right? It's not, we have no idea. There are no numbers in this. Then you're going to see a busing analysis, right? Again, I would have liked to have seen the concept 2 busing analysis. I was very surprised that wasn't included. But the number of children that will be bused, according to this analysis, will increase from 43.5% of the Urbana elementary students to 50.5% of the students. However, so there's also an interesting discrepancy between the numbers in that analysis and the number in the RSP reports. So the attendance numbers for 23-24, the current year, are very different between the numbers that RSP is working with and the numbers that First Student is working with. And more importantly, there's a huge discrepancy between the numbers given for next year for Thomas Paine. It's RSP says Thomas Paine is going to have 410 students. This busing analysis is based on the assumption that 343 students will go to Thomas Paine. That is 70 students, right, or 60 students. It's a lot of students that potentially also need to be bused, right? We don't know that, right? Again, look at those numbers carefully before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. One last call for citizen statements. All right, hearing none. Oh, there's one more coming. Lindsay Marabu.
It's okay. Okay. So I'm Lindsay Amaravu. I am currently a parent of a Thomas Paine student who has autism. And we have been in the district since pre-K, and I also have a UMS student as well. We have went to Yankee Ridge, and we have been at Thomas Paine as well. They're both really good schools. We do value our community and our schools, but where I lived in the Yankee Ridge area, it was dangerous. I mean, they were shooting. There were times where my kids had to lay on the floor. I had to move their beds away from windows. The neighborhood was really bad. We went to church one morning. There was a dead body in the road. So I chose to move my students to a safer environment. I couldn't pick exactly where I wanted to go because I had to go where I could afford. And it just happened to land me in the Thomas Paine community. And it was such a blessing. We love Thomas Paine. We've grown with Thomas Paine. My child has great relationships with everyone in the school. Like, the admin is fantastic. Your after-school program is great. He really enjoys his time with his new friends that he's built with them as well. So I'm here also as a voice for Thomas Paine. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, again, one last call for citizen statements tonight. Okay. There is no call for an executive session after tonight's meeting. So is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Move for approval.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Next up is our student ambassadors report.
This is a student ambassadors report from me and Dominica, but Dominica had to leave at 8, so she's not able to be here right now. Harmony Week is observed to promote inclusivity, respect, and a sense of belonging in our communities, businesses, and educational institutions. And Harmony Week is this week currently. It's a week that the student council is running, so they've been putting like uplifting music in the hallways, and they're trying to get speakers, and they're just trying to do more uplifting things at UHS. Studying abroad. Please encourage anyone you know who might be interested in studying abroad to get in contact with Tiffany Henry or email her in order to get support for studying abroad or for more information. Attention UHS seniors and senior parents or guardians. Make sure to check the Senior Gold Classroom as well as the Scholarship Bulletin for a lot of scholarships that will help you with your post-secondary plans. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to Ms. Ward. Oh my goodness. I don't know. This like format just put in these random transitions. IHSA journalism. Congrats to the Echo and Rosemary journalism team. They performed at the IHSA journalism sectional, and 5 students qualified for state and placed at the top of their categories. Adopt Urbana, the UHS spring cleanup. It is tomorrow. Oh wait, was that today? Tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow from 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Wednesday at UHS at door 1 just off Iowa Street. This is to unify the community and to help clean up the earth so we can have a better school environment. We only have one earth and one UHS, so we hope that we can have all hands on deck. And the mayor is supposed to be coming. Earth Day is on Monday, and it will help all of us so much if you could please join us. Okay. The UHS annual art show is from April 15th to April 19th in the UHS library. And there are 150 pieces of art in the show, all done by UHS students. You can vote for like the best art piece in the library, and the voting closes tomorrow. Senior graduation speeches. The applications are open for senior graduation speeches, and they're limited to 3 minutes. And they must send a video and a copy of their speech into Joe. And the deadline is April 29th at 12 p.m. on Monday. The UHS Youth Alive Club is this Thursday immediately after school in room 2227, where they focus on Christianity and how to include God, Jesus, and the Christian faith in their everyday lives. And activities and instructive lessons are provided. Okay, the UHS Choir Plant Sale. The UHS Choir is having a plant sale at Country Arbors. I'm dyslexic, I don't know. Here's how to buy plants to support the choir. You can order online until May 8th. You can grab your order May 10th and 11th on Mother's Day weekend, and then to place your order, reach out to Ms. Park or visit the link below. Urbana Jazz Cafe. Come enjoy a musical evening at the yearly USD 116 Jazz Cafe, taking place in the UHS Commons this Friday, April 19th at 7 p.m. Experience live music showcasing UMS Jazz Band, UHS Jazz Combo, and the UHS Jazz Band featuring genres such as rock, punk, funk, pop, blues, and swing. And then it's $5 per person and $12 per family. The 100th band anniversary. So the band is holding their 100th anniversary on Saturday, the 20th, at 7 p.m. in the middle school and the high school for the alumni band concert reception. More than 100 UHS band alumni from 8 states and 8 decades will come together to commemorate this occasion. save the date for an Urbana High School blood drive, Wednesday, May 1st at 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the wrestling room at UHS. Next week, either over lunch or in room 2217 with Ms. Stefano, you can sign up to donate. You will receive a voucher as a donor that can be used for gift cards from Amazon, Walmart, Lowe's, and more. Points from Impact Life Bounds rewards can be redeemed for the brand new tie-dye shirt or a Best Friends Animal Society donation. 16-year-olds require a form with parental consent, and a donor needs to have a picture ID. Before we close, I would like to mention one more thing. I took the student ambassador's position of USD 116 to be a voice for students who are silent or who don't have the privilege to come to BOA meetings. Therefore, from what I have learned from all or most of the board meetings about redistricting and all the student, teacher, and parent input so far, I urge the board to postpone their votes for redistricting. And this is coming from a former dual language member, and this is about my former community, and I was hoping that my former community feels the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. We have two administrative reports tonight. The first up is the First Planning Solutions Transportation Routing Study.
I would like to invite Chris and Dawn and Shawnee up to the front if they'd like to, just in case there's questions. We also have our consultants on Zoom joining us to help present the information. The transportation routing study was initiated in March after there were quite a few questions from community members about how transportation would be affected by the changes with redistricting. At the time when I first engaged First Planning Solutions on the scope and timeline, they were the ones that said that they would only have time to prepare one analysis for us of one concept based on what we were looking to learn before the vote on April 16th. So that's why we only proved concept one. It sounded like from the meetings, the public input meetings in February, that was the scenario that we would pick just for this routing study, but ultimately it's a proof of concept with very simplified assumptions. That's why the numbers that you might see in this study, we're using current student data and then applying the redistricting maps, but we didn't up people's grade levels, we didn't change anybody's addresses. That's the work that RSP did for us. So this was supposed to be kind of a great insight, and it actually is some really positive news because with the combination of the dual language school and the efficiencies found with redistricting, we actually now will be able to accommodate native English speaking students as part of our transportation program, which previously we could not. So that's part of the reason for the increase in the numbers that you'll see when the consultants present the information. So with that, I'd like to invite Colton and Ronald over into the presentation to present the information from the routing study.
Thank you, Katie. Let's see. I'm seeing a different presentation. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, my name is Reinhold Riech. I'm a senior writing consultant from First Consulting, and that's the consulting arm of First Student. I'm going to walk you through our PowerPoint. It should take around 15 minutes or so. Again, this is a routing study, and it focuses on the effect on school bus transportation of the potential switch to a single dedicated dual language school and the associated boundary changes with that. Next slide, please. One more. Okay, this is a list of student transportation terms. Most of these are self-explanatory. There are a couple I want to touch on. First of all, what is a bus run versus a bus route? A bus run consists of a sequence of stops servicing a single school, or it could be a combination of schools. The bus loads up with passengers, ends up empty. That's the end of the run. A bus route is the sum total of what a bus does in a day. And in Urbana, that would consist of 1 or 2 runs in the morning, 1 or 2 runs in the afternoon. We call those singles if it's 1 run in the morning, afternoon, double if it's 2. When we talk about deadhead, that refers to the travel time between runs. You'll also hear, as mentioned, transportation tiers, and that's simply a time period when a number of buses are operating at roughly the same time in Urbana. Your elementary schools comprise the transportation tier, as the 5 schools right now have the same bell times, and so they all arrive at roughly the same time in AM and depart at roughly the same time in the PM. Next slide, please. Okay, just a little bit about the background. I mean, this has already been touched on. So we're looking at a 2-pronged initiative. One part is designating a dedicated district-wide dual language elementary school. And the second part is, in order to do that, you're adjusting the attendance boundaries. And when you adjust the attendance boundaries, you may also have to adjust walk boundaries to fit this initiative. Okay, and of course, this will have an effect on school bus transportation, and that's where we come in. A couple of related factors. Right now, there are 200 overflow students transported cross-boundary to elementary schools. In addition, you have 3 schools with dual language programs, and they also have cross-boundary transportation. And King Elementary has an ESL program also with some riders transported cross-boundary. And as has been mentioned before, native English-speaking dual language students are currently not transported, but they would be in the potential scenarios we're outlining here. Okay, so as was mentioned before, the district developed 2 redistricting concepts based on student demographics, and we modeled concept 1. Concept 1 is where Yankee Ridge is the dual language school, and we looked at 2 routing scenarios. Scenario A is all elementary students are transported on individual single school bus runs directly to their elementary. This is simpler preferred scenario. But just to take a look at another one, we also modeled scenario B, in which in this scenario, dual language students are transported where possible with other students in their home boundary on double school runs. And in order to do that, you'd have to adjust the bell time for Yankee Ridge. It would have to shift 15 minutes later in this scenario. Next slide, please. Okay. Just a quick rundown of our methodology. So we used a copy of the current school year Edulog data. Edulog is the routing system in use at Urbana. And in that, we drew the concept 1 attendance boundaries, and we modified the walk boundaries. So that was we drew the boundaries for the 4 neighborhood elementaries in concept 1, and we adjusted walk boundaries for all 5. Okay. We then apply these boundaries to the current elementary student population. That's their current grades, current locations, to get their new school assignments and calculate transportation eligibility. I would also like to point out that this is the most current data we were able to use in Edulog. Couple of points. We would expect a similar number of students in school year 24-25. And if this scenario was implemented, I'd estimate about 70 or 80% of these elementary students would still be elementary students next year. We then assign students to their closest stop. In some cases, it required some new stops. We created 2 new sets of runs and routes. and we compiled the metrics for each so that we can compare those to current writing. And there's a key assumption that we did this with general ed students. Right now there's 8 special needs routes. We assume that that number of vehicles for the purposes of this study remains the same. Next slide, please. Okay, and skipping to the executive summary, for school year 23-24, right now you're running 33 total routes, right? And that's comprised of 25 general ed, 8 special needs. In terms of general ed elementary riders, that's 866. There are some other special needs riders. Okay, for scenario A, we came up with, again, with 33 total routes, 25, same combination, 25 general ed, 8 special needs, but this time it's 1,004 elementary riders. So there's approximately 138 extra, primarily due to the addition of the native English-speaking dual language students. And of course, in this scenario, ridership per route would increase. Scenario B, we had to add 1 extra bus, and that was an extra general ed, same number of kids. Again, those are based on 23-24 student data. The next year, the number of students and the set of student locations, student addresses would vary for school year 24-25. When you do a transportation study, we're modeling it in software, and it would require verification based on dry runs, and any new stop locations we added would require vetting. Next slide, please. Next one. Okay, so we're going to go in quickly to the analysis of the current state. I wanted just to touch on the bell schedule and the tiering, because that has an effect on transportation. So this slide shows you the bell schedules for your Urbana general ed schools. And essentially, you're operating a 2-tier bell schedule, but the runs are heavily concentrated in what we call first tier. That's with your elementary schools that run from 8:10 to 3 o'clock. Okay, your Urbana Middle and Urbana Early Childhood comprise the second tier. Okay, the high school, that has a much longer instructional day, and it's slightly different. It has a longer day and an early arrival, and so it's possible to tier some high school runs could possibly be tiered with elementary in the morning, but not in the afternoon because the dismissal times are too close. About half your runs are double tiered where possible. So the main point is, given your bell schedule, you do have the ability to tier some runs on routes, but the extent to which you can do that is limited primarily by the operating time available, and that's more severe in the PM period. So I just wanted to touch on that, about how the bell schedule and the tiering affects routing. Next slide, please. Okay, your current route metrics, as we've mentioned, 33 routes, 25 general ed, 8 special needs vehicles. Just over half can be packaged as doubles. That's 2 runs in the AM and or PM. Right now, you're running 20 AM and PM elementary runs for general ed. Your riders per run averages 34. When you take the riders per route, that's 54 AM, 52 PM, and your run times are averaging 37 minutes in the AM, 36 in the PM. So that's just an overview of your current route metrics, and we'll use that to gauge what happens in scenarios A and B. Next slide, please. Okay, student metrics. So for the purposes of transportation, and again, this is just dealing with general ed students right here, these numbers. Okay, so for transportation, we divide the students into 3 groups in terms of where they reside and how they relate to their attendance boundary and the district boundary. So the first group are students who reside inside their home attendance area, who are eligible for transportation. Okay. The second group is those who reside outside their homeschool attendance area. This is currently. Some of those are actually quite a few of those are transported right now. And the third group are walkers. They reside inside their home attendance boundary, but also inside the walk zone for that school. So right now you have a total of roughly 1,145 eligible riders that live inside their home, that reside inside their home attendance area. And you've got a big chunk of walkers, over 2,200 to 2,300 that are walkers that don't need transport. Excuse me a second, don't need transportation. So the other chunk are 910 who reside outside their home attendance area. Of those, the largest chunk is elementary students that are dual language, ESL, and overflow students. And if you break that elementary data down, you're transporting right now roughly 866 a.m., 848 p.m. General ed elementary riders. About 300 of those are students that reside within their home attendance boundary. The other 550 or so are students who are transported from outside their home attendance boundary, comprised of, as we said, overflow, dual language, and ESL students. So that's just a breakdown of your current student metrics. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to look at scenario A and B. My copy is slightly different from the one I gave you. I'm going to go through scenario A real quick, the route metrics, and scenario B, and then since the student metrics for both are the same, I just put those on one slide for this. So scenario A, that's with Yankee Ridge as the dual language designated school, and all elementaries getting single school routes, single school routes with no co-transported students on there. So this scenario comes up with the same number of routes. So it's, excuse me one second. It's, again, 33 total, 25 general ed, and we're assuming that you would need 8 special needs. The number of elementary runs actually changed. It's 19 and 21, just in order to maintain efficiency. Sometimes you need to do that. The addition, there's more students transported on this, an additional 138 elementary students, of course. The number of riders per route overall increases from 54 to 59. And interestingly, average run times actually went down by a few minutes, a couple of minutes in AM and PM. And we attribute that to there being a higher proportion of runs that operate within their home attendance boundary. Again, it's when a route study, route seed verification based on dry runs and 24, 25 student data, so on. Next slide, please. Let me skip. Can you skip one more? And I'll come back to this one. Okay, so I'm going to skip to scenario B, route metrics. Main difference here is it requires 34 routes, 1 extra general ed bus. Okay, this is the one where we're co-transporting Yankee Ridge kids with other students in their home attendance boundary, so they're double school runs. And actually, we ended up with I think it was 8 double school runs and 3 dedicated Yankee Ridge runs. It didn't make sense to do all of them as 2 school runs. So it required one more route. It has actually the overall runtime increased over scenario A, and we attribute this to the fact that when you put 2 schools in a run in the morning and in the afternoon, it just requires more time to get in and out of there. So it's one more run, and which makes scenario A another reason scenario A would be the preferred solution. Can you go back one. There we go. So looking at the student metrics, so it changes quite a bit. Let me just explain what that does. So the balance of students within the three categories changes. So right now, in terms of eligible students residing within their home attendance boundary, that number goes up. And with our data, it was approximately 1,770. The number of walkers actually went up, and the other category, out of attendance transported, went down significantly to 115. A lot of those, could be, especially for the older students, McKinney-Vento, or there are students who reside outside the district, but their address is listed outside of Urbana USD 116, but they're in our data set. And then of course there's still a number of King Elementary. There's actually 51 ESL students who are they actually reside out of their attendance area. Dual language are no longer considered out of attendance. In this scenario, the dual language Yankee Ridge and option one, and that's because their home boundary is the entire district, so they're considered in district. So there's two main reasons, of course, for the reduction out of attendance transported students, out of attendance area transported students. That is, there's no overflow students in this scenario, and dual language students now have a district-wide boundary, as I mentioned before. If you break down this data further, in both of these scenarios, we transported 1,004 elementary riders, so that's more than current. That's comprised of round about 953 from their home attendance area, and then those 51 King. And that 953, of course, includes the dual language students. So that's actually all I have in terms of a presentation. I'm going to hand it back to you guys. I should ask Colton, is there anything else you'd like to add to this?
No, I think you covered it very well, Ronald. I mean, I think that the big takeaway really is that the number of the out of zone students, has gone down drastically, and that is how, we were able to essentially serve, a greater number of students without increasing the number of routes. So I think in general, anytime you can serve more students with the same number of buses, that's positive, where I come from. So. Anyway, thank you for allowing us to present to you and assist you with this project.
Thank you. And I also wanted to give Dawn and Shawnee a big shout out too, because Dawn was also really involved in, communicating with the consultants about all of the nuances of Urbana's routes and making sure that we kind of included a lot of those in our assumptions to make sure that we weren't basically overextending ourselves as far as our equipment, making sure that we knew all of those nuances were built into what we needed to do for transportation for next year. Thank you, Don.
Board members, any questions? Please go ahead, Jennifer.
So when you look at the 23,
When you look at the 23-24 school data and you look at Leal, is though 105 out of attendance area, that must include the dual language students.
Correct.
And the same with Williams, DPW. The 228 does include the dual language students.
Correct.
So you included them as out of attendance area for 23-24, but you included them as in attendance area for 24-25. Am I understanding that correctly?
Right, because their current boundaries, if the dual language school is one building, its attendance boundary is the district boundary. So
Okay.
in the new concepts, they're in district for that school boundary. But for the current school boundaries, the neighborhood boundaries around those schools, those students do not attend within the neighborhood that those schools attend.
Okay, so for King, the out of attendance includes Orchard Downs and then any other ESL students.
Well, Orchard Downs, I think, is actually in the attendance area for King, so it's only
Okay,
students.
so like the Thomas Paine kids who are bused in from another area or Yankee Ridge kids, those are out of attendance area, even though they are their attendance area.
If it's the boundary that's defined under the current district boundaries, then they're in the attendance area. But if they're being transported from outside that neighborhood's boundary, whatever that's defined as, then they're out of attendance. Does that make sense?
And if there were King students who were in the ESL intensive program who didn't live in the Orchard Downs part that was part of the King attendance boundary, they would also get transportation
Oh, of course, of course.
services. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is but Yankee Ridge has an area that is its attendance boundary. If I buy a house there, even though I can't walk to Yankee Ridge, that is Yankee Ridge's attendance boundary. I want to know, is that included in the 235 out of attendance boundary?
No.
That's, okay, so
Those would be eligible then.
those are the 44 eligible ones.
Correct.
And so the 235 out
almost-
of attendance boundary.
Those are almost all overflow students from DPW neighborhood.
Oh, okay, okay. And then, when you look at the walkers for 23-24, can we tell if any of the walkers going, because Leal has 219 and Yankee, DPW has 237. Are any of those Spanish speakers?
They possibly could be, but it's not specified in this table.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Sherry?
I think that it's a hard comparison to make because these are the students who are attending now. We don't know exactly, the students that are going to be coming next year, especially the fifth graders who will be going on to sixth grade. So this is just a general overview
Sure.
of what it could be now. But I think the one thing, and this shows really why we need to redistrict. I mean, the one thing that I was really, it brought my attention to it is that there'll be additional 135 walkers to Dr. Williams if we create these new districts. And that's a lot of children who are able to walk to school, 135. So.
Have we surveyed those parents to make sure that they want to return to DPW? I know that when children are, at least it used to be, when at King, if a student couldn't come to King School, they could sign up for another school, be it Yankee Ridge or wherever. They were told that, of course, that child could continue at that school even if the opportunity arose for the child to return to the home school. So have we surveyed those parents to see if the children want to, not the children, the parents want the children to return to DPW?
So the boundary changes impact everybody, not just the DPW students. So, I mean, we're writing some equity issues all over the district, and so we haven't just surveyed DPW parents, because everybody's going to be impacted. Not everybody, but a large number of people. 23%.
Okay,
yes.
so they don't have a choice.
If we redistrict, then people will need to follow wherever they are reassigned.
How many surveys have you sent out to those 23%?
So we haven't surveyed all the parents of the 500.
Okay, but like how many have you sent out to like the people who could answer?
Well, I mean, the entire district
Mhm.
was given surveys with regards to looking at the two maps, right? So that's one way that we've had public
Yeah.
input across the entire community.
But I'm asking, like, do you know the number of how many you sent out?
We sent it out to literally everybody in the district, so 4,400 people.
No, I mean like the number of surveys, the amount of surveys, not the amount of people.
The number of
So
surveys that were
we
returned?
sent
Yes.
With
the
answer
survey
to,
in
not
a
very
couple
many.
different blocks of time during the public input, so twice. Is that what you're asking?
Not necessarily. Like how many? Like say you have like 2 surveys or 5 surveys or 100 surveys. I'm talking about like that.
The survey was done electronically, and the participation rate was in the hundreds, not thousands, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I thought she meant
Like
who we
300.
sent it to, so, yeah.
Okay.
Also, I think that, getting back to what I said before about the Dr. Williams, if a family moves into the Dr. Williams area close by, they aren't giving a choice to go to Dr. Williams. They're saying it's full. You have to go to another school. So I think that you would think that they would want the option if they moved there, to also to be able to walk there, so.
Any other questions from board members with regards to the transportation study? I do have one. So it's just been mentioned in the public that, why was the only concept 1 done here instead of concept 2?
Right. The consultants said that they could only provide one study, that they wouldn't have time to do both concepts. So I selected one. But I mean, I think the overall point is that it's a very preliminary view to know that we needed to know if we needed to add more buses to our fleet. And so no matter which concept is selected, I feel confident that we will be able to work with Dawn and all of her great routing with First Student to accommodate the program. I just don't have any concerns. It was a really great exercise. I'm really excited that we can accommodate the native English speaking students at whichever school the board decides. So that's not really, the school itself wasn't necessarily the issue of which concept. We just needed to approve one or the other to be able to feel confident going forward into next year as to being able to accommodate our transportation program.
Have they said how long it would take to do the other concept, to figure it out?
They're here. Let's ask. It took about a month to do this one. We started
Okay.
March 11th.
Reynolds, do you want to answer that?
Well, it probably takes 2 to 3 weeks. What would you say, Colton?
Yeah, I mean it's a little less than than it took to do the first one, just because we learned some things certainly, but probably 3 weeks or so if we to do the second scenario.
All right. So the next question I have is with regards to the monetary value of the contract between the district and First. Do you foresee? Is the amount charged back to the district a function of the number of students riding buses or the number of buses that the district uses to transport students? So in other words, is there going to be a material impact with regards to the money that the district would pay to First if the redistricting goes through and we start busing more students but with approximately the same number of buses?
Our bus contract's based on the number of routes. So the number of students riding the routes is not what the basis of the contract is. So by increasing a bus, that would increase the cost. But keeping within the number of buses that we currently have, it's all based on the number of routes. And then there's different, actually that's coming tonight too. It's all in the agenda. There's different pricing structures based on double routes and triple routes and all of that. And that's all in the, up for approval tonight as well.
Anyone else have questions? All right, Eartha, thank you much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our second administrative report tonight is on bond updates.
Guess I have to do that too.
Thanks very much for having us.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
I had shared some information with, I had conversations with our bond counsel and bond advisor last week that I really wanted to share with the board, just as it relates to planning for the 6th grade center. And we received some updated bond scenarios, and I've attached those with the agenda, and I wanted to share them with you. And I also was really excited to share that with the price tag for the sixth grade center, that we will be able to afford that with the bond issuance along with supplementing with remaining with sales tax dollars from our facilities sales tax funding. The bond term will actually be shorter. The planned bond term, of course, we haven't sold any bonds, but the planning for the bond term is that it'll actually be shorter than our previous three larger bonds that we issued for Yankee Ridge and for Thomas Paine and the 2010 bond as well. And the majority of school districts issue 20-year bonds. So the one that we're projecting to issue is going to be between 12 and 14 years. So that's pretty good. And considering Urbana typically has a pretty conservative view of keeping our bonds short so that you don't tie up future boards is one of the reasons that we do that. The pay-as-you-go sales tax funding also will be able to remain at the 33% board goal for pay-as-you-go projects, which is also really good news. Some of the previous scenarios had that decreasing to 20% in order to leverage more bond dollars. So that was really great. I was very relieved to hear that because we really count on that money to fund some summer projects or other emergencies that come up throughout the year. And lastly, I just really wanted to be very clear about when we will be able to issue bonds again, because there may have been a narrative that it's going to be a very long time. And yes, we can't issue large amounts of bonds, but actually by 2031, we will be able to issue about 10 million again. And then between 2036 and 2038, we'll be able to issue 20 million or more. So there will be capacity in our future that's not, necessarily too far off, 2031. So that might be a time that the board might plan and target for the improvements for the UHS UMS campus, for example, because that's within the, realm of a $10 million project, or at least parts of it are that we could start planning for. So if there's any questions about that, I did share the couple of scenarios. These are just ranges, so the final bond terms and all of that will be brought to the board, but we're not going to do that until we actually have bids for the project and we know how much we need. So I just presented this kind of range of that we likely know we're going to need more than 20, but the max that we would issue is 23, and so I've kind of given you options just so that you know what's coming, but knowing that all of those options really fit our needs as far as and some of the other factors that we would like in a bond issue really gave me a lot of peace of mind going into this project, and I hope to bring that information to all of you as well.
Board members, any questions? This is really fantastic news. I mean, just having the knowledge we'll be able to do substantive facilities projects in just 5 to 6 years it's a huge relief, frankly. So
I agree.
All right. All right. So with the permission of the board, we'd like to move one quick move 11.4 up in before 11.1, just because we have people who have to drive home after tonight, a couple hours. So this will take about 5 minutes to do. So with the board's consent, I'd like to move administrative personnel items to right now. Anybody object? Okay. So next up are our administrative personnel items. Angie.
Ms. Beckless and Ms. Bradford, do you mind coming up to the front? Thank you. We know both of you have a travel after this, and with the storms, we just wanted to get you in as fast as we can. So thank you, board, for that. On Wednesday, March 27th, the Level 1 interview team with equal parts UVA members and administrators interviewed for the new position of Director of Equity and School Improvement. Following the Level 1 interview, there were Level 2 interviews held with the district's executive team on Friday, March 29th. The interview teams have recommended Ms. Chastity Beckless to serve as the Director of Equity and School Improvement beginning July 1, 2024. Ms. Chastity Beckless is an accomplished educator poised to lead as the Director of Equity and School Improvement for the Urbana School District. She is most proud of being the mother of 4 kids who are mostly raised in the Urbana-Champaign community. With a robust background in educational leadership and a steadfast commitment to equity, Chastity brings a wealth of experience to her new role. Having served as an equity leader in 2016 under the Urbana Leading for Equity Initiative, assistant principal and equity programming assistant principal in Champaign School District, and principal for the past 6 years, Chastity's educational journey is marked by a commitment to continual growth and learning. With an educational specialist degree in curriculum and instruction from North Central University and a master's in administration and leadership from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, she possesses theoretical knowledge and practical skills essential for success in her role. Ms. Beckless' participation in esteemed professional development programs such as the Accelerate Institution Principal Fellow and Champaign School District's Racial Equity in Schools Initiative underscores her dedication to personal and professional advancement. Chastity is passionate about servant leadership and also mentors assistant principals and intern principals in her current district. Ms. Beckless has developed a keen understanding of the complexities surrounding equity in education. Her collaborative efforts with district leaders have resulted in the design and implementation of impactful programs aimed at bridging opportunity and achievement gaps, ensuring that every student has access to a high-quality education. Through strategic planning, the creation of strong systems of measurement, accountability, and collaboration, Ms. Beckless has empowered staff and community members to deeply engage in school improvement planning, professional learning communities, and collaboration with all stakeholders to significantly decrease the achievement gap for Black and Latino students based on the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. Recently, in her role as principal, in partnership with stakeholders, they reduced the achievement gap in ELA for Black students by 17 points and Hispanic students by 16 points based on the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. As she steps into her role as Director of Equity and School Improvement, Ms. Beckless brings with her a wealth of experience, a passion for equity, and a commitment to ensuring that all students have the opportunities they deserve to thrive in their educational journey. We would like to welcome Chastity back to the Urbana family pending formal board approval. On Wednesday, March 27th, a Level 1 interview team with equal parts UEA members and administrators interviewed for the position of Director of Curriculum and Student Learning. Following the Level 1 interview, there were Level 2 interviews held with the district's executive team on Friday, March 29th. The interview teams have recommended Ms. Jessica Bradford to serve as the Director of Curriculum and Student Learning beginning July 1, 2024. Ms. Bradford began her career in education in 2003 when she joined the READY program as a special education teacher, working with students at the middle and high school level in reading and math. She served there for 5 years. Ms. Bradford also served as a special education teacher for 3 years at Urbana High School. Ms. Bradford began her administrative career at the Danville District 118 and worked there for 7 years. 2 years as an assistant principal at Mark Denman Elementary, 2 years as an assistant principal at Southview Middle School, and 3 years as principal at Garfield Elementary. For the past 6 years, Ms. Bradford has served as the principal at Barkstall Elementary. During her time as principal, Ms. Bradford has focused on teacher development and created a culture that built positive student-to-teacher relationships. Ms. Bradford facilitates the use of best practices and assessment and data to improve student learning. She worked on creating teacher leaders to help develop school improvement plans and led professional development around school initiatives. Ms. Bradford holds a bachelor degree in special education from Illinois State University, Master's of Science in Education at Eastern Illinois University, and a Master's Specialist of Educational Leadership, also from Eastern Illinois University. And we would also like to welcome back Jessie to the Urbana family pending formal board approval. We're excited to welcome you home pending board approval.
Thank you very much, Angie. Is there a motion for the floor to approve the administrative personnel items that were in this week's packet?
I move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Hickson?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulaski?
Yes. Congratulations and welcome back to the district. If you'd like to say anything, you're certainly welcome to. Don't have to.
Hit the button.
All right, I'll keep this short and sweet. I know you have a long night ahead of you. But I'm really excited to be back in Urbana School District. As you heard, I taught at Urbana High School for 3 years, and it was a really great experience. And I'm just really excited to come to Urbana and work with teachers and leaders in curriculum and student learning. Those are two things that I'm really passionate about and have a lot of experience with. So I can't wait to get started. I hope July 1st comes really fast. And thank you.
Hey, congratulations. Thank you to the board. Good evening. The tone was set, the lights were dim. I don't know what happened, but now we have lights again. I appreciate everyone being here as well. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. Thank you for their approval as well. It feels great to come back what I consider home as well to the Urbana community. I'm also deeply thankful for my family. I know a lot of people are watching on YouTube right now, and I'm getting all types of text messages. And so thank you to my family for the endless amount of support. I started my educational journey here, and I'm just profoundly humbled to be back full circle, being back here in the Urbana-Champaign neighborhood. Thank you again, and I look forward to developing individual relationships with the board members and all of staff here as well, to build a positive network of change makers.
All right, thank you very much. Next up are
Could I really do welcome both of you to the school district, but I do think we need to look at administrator and administrator salaries, and maybe it's only me because I'm new, but I wonder if we, and I don't know if the public, I don't know what the public is privy to and what the board is privy to, but if we could get somehow a new, because everybody has different titles and everything now, if we could get kind of a job tree, something that shows us what everybody does, what their job responsibilities are, and, because I found it upsetting when we look at our numbers and we have more administrators, more highly paid administrators, fewer teachers, and less well-paid teachers than the districts in the surrounding area when you look at student-teacher or administrator-teacher ratio. And so, it would help us to understand what's happening.
So we have a document that has all of that, and I'll make sure we get it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next up are our individual action items. First up being approval of redrawn student attendance boundaries map. Before, I guess, if it would be appropriate is if a board member would make a motion, and if it were seconded, we would then begin discussion on that motion. So is there a motion from the floor?
Can I have clarification? Do you want a motion for one concept over the other, or?
Correct.
I make the motion that we consider concept 1 as our redistricting map for the next school year.
Is there a second for that motion? It's been moved and seconded. Okay, now we can begin discussion. So, Sherry, Tori, would you like to kick off since that was your motion?
Yeah, I mean, this has been difficult for everybody, and I remember, and I know that I had this conversation with Ben too, remembering the last time that there was a major redistricting, where your father was on the board. Yeah, you want to tell everybody what happened? I mean, this is an amazing story, what you told me.
My father redistricted my brother from Leo to King.
Yeah. So, I mean, you might not be impacted now, but it has impacted your family before, and it's going to impact many families.
I don't know if I would characterize it as an impact. My brother did fine.
That's right. Okay, good. I just know that this is a very difficult for everybody, as it was when the children were moved from Wiley to another school. But we've got to do something better for our district. I mean, we see what we know that we're a great district. We know that we do wonderful things and the teachers do wonderful things, but the only thing that they look at is a number. The number of children who are reading like they're supposed to be, or doing math like they're supposed to be. And we've got to do better, and I just think this is the first start to rebuilding our district and having those children. I know that I saw lots of nods back there when we talk about walking. I mean, can you imagine if Yankee Ridge student right now or this year would move in across the street from Yankee Ridge, and even though all their neighbors were going to Yankee Ridge, we would say, sorry, there's no room at Yankee Ridge. You're going to have to go across town. So I think that if we're going to have neighborhood schools, but I'm just saying,
please.
I'm saying that this is one person, not a whole neighborhood. I said we're going to recreate neighborhood schools so that the whole neighborhood goes together, and that is not done in other neighborhoods. So that's why I'm supporting this.
Any further discussion? Anybody else want to chime in? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I also have some questions, and I really wonder, since I am brand new and I haven't had all the information maybe that everybody else has had, I wonder if we shouldn't push this back until I can get my questions answered, because I do represent a seventh of the community.
So go for it, and we can answer your questions tonight. So that's why we made sure that you were here.
Okay,
and
very
sworn
good.
in, so we can answer those
I did bring them.
questions.
I have a lot of them.
All right, that's why we're here.
Okay. I did bring, is it okay if I pass them out?
Sure.
Is it okay? If it, okay.
Well,
Here are my questions. One has already been answered, so maybe it will go faster than I think. Okay. All right, I'll pick one for me. And if there are any left, you can give them out over there. I don't need to take them home. And I think the most important question is number 12. And I should have put that. This was kind of, you know, how you talk, you type sort of as you're thinking. So these may not be in the best order. So the most important question is number 12. Research shows that the only way that moving kids from school to school helps academic achievement is if the students from the lower performing school go to a higher performing school. How is this research reflected in what has been proposed? Which parts of this plan will help advance student academic achievement?
So unfortunately, the reason we're making some really significant changes in our district is because all of our elementary schools are designated and considered lower performing schools in the state, which is why we're making some significantly drastic changes. So to answer your question, we don't need research. We look at our data every single day, and we see the groups that are low performing are Black students, our EL students, our special education students, and we need to do some things differently for them. We don't need research to tell us that.
When the representative from the Center from Applied Linguistics gave her presentation from the board about a year ago, from the study that they did of our dual language program, they were very clear that the preferred way to manage that program is not to divide into separate buildings, but to combine it in a single building. So their research and their experience backs up the decision to move to a single building for DL, which is part of the reason why this plan is being considered.
They didn't recommend that. They said they would not give their opinion on that.
The person who gave the presentation said
She did make that recommendation.
She said it
personally.
She said it
Twice.
more than once.
Well, I think that having been in that field for a long time, there really isn't research that shows that a one school model is better than a strand model. And what the Cal people said was that it's really horrible right now. And would it be easier for our district to manage the program under one roof? And if that is the case, that's probably what we ought to do. And I am not against dual language. When dual language began at Lille, I had a video about dual language that I passed out to my neighbors to encourage them to support the program. I am not against dual language in one school.
So,
But I think I think that the process that we have gone through has not been a helpful one.
So you're talking about the process, but originally you were talking about the CAL report, so I'm going to recircle us back to that. So she very clearly, I would agree with you that what we're doing right now is not going well, which our consultant shared with us. And it wasn't just, she listed several reasons why it's not going well.
Oh, yeah.
Curriculum and instruction, the inability for teachers to plan and train and get professional development together, our curriculum at the time, because we are doing different things in different buildings. So there were multiple reasons why she indicated that the strand model is not working for us, which is why she recommended that we do combine the strand models together.
And I'm glad you said that the multiple reasons that the strand model is not working for us, because it can't work. But it takes a different kind of, you really need to work at it differently and kind of think outside the box. But anyway, that was my first question. How are we achieving academically? And how does it help to put kids from a higher performing school into a lower performing school? And you're right, they're all performing badly. So I'm going to just start with my first question, which is, why was DPW not being considered for the dual language program?
Because we have been marginalizing and disenfranchising that community for multiple years through hundreds of students. That's why.
Well, I've thought long and hard about this. And why was it that the dual language program was put into that building?
I could speak to that if you'd
Okay.
like. At the time that the decision was made, there were 4 empty classrooms in the building.
Because there were empty classes?
There were 4 empty classrooms in the building. There was a survey of, so the schools that were being considered were Thomas Paine and Prairie at the time. So there were 4 empty classrooms in Prairie, which is what sparked the administrative recommendation for that. Surveys were also done with the staff members in the building, so which staff members would be more receptive to the strand being placed in their building, and the Prairie teachers were far more welcoming at that time than the results we got back from the Thomas Paine staff. It was a close vote, it was 4-3, but that's why Prairie was chosen over Thomas Paine.
And what I'm also remember, and maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I had the impression that it was also because it might help the kids at Prairie, that the kids at Prairie were not doing exceptionally well back then, and it might help, and it would give those kids an opportunity to have this extra special program in the building.
That's also
which is okay,
that's
go on.
also true. I mean, it was from the English-speaking families. We had Leo, which was predominantly a higher socioeconomic group, right? So we thought we would also be able to offer from the English language speakers the opportunity for lower SES, primarily African American families, the opportunity to have their kids be as English speakers in the dual language classroom. That was another argument for it being placed in Prairie.
And I guess what I wonder is, I don't know how to put this exactly, but are we not serving our, DPW students well, in that we seem to, they weren't doing well before, so we put this extra special program there. And now they're not doing well, so we're going to take this extra special program out, and we're going to put other kids in Prairie?
So the program has been there for 10 years.
I know.
And 2% of the neighborhood students take advantage of that program. They're not choosing to be part of the
Right.
dual language program.
Mhm.
So they're not able to, they're not benefiting from the extra special program, as you said, because they're
Right.
not choosing to participate in it. But yet, we have 500 kids in their school, in their neighborhood, in a program that they are choosing not to be part of.
Right. I understand. And so what I'm wondering is, that is the largest school, the largest elementary. And right now, we have more students in the dual language program, if you count, than what you are projecting that we'll have for the next few years. We have like 500, some 503, 505, and I think you projected 400 something, 450, 460. I have the numbers here, but, and so are we setting ourselves up to do this again? When possibly, if we were to, I guess.
So we wouldn't have chosen Thomas Paine or even discussed either one of those schools if we didn't feel that we had the facility and the space in order to provide the program and allow space to grow. So hopefully that answers your question, and we can go to the next one.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Actually, I really think that we need to look carefully. I work on the board of the Refugee Center. Nobody thinks we're going to have fewer refugees. Nobody thinks we're going to have fewer Congolese. Nobody thinks we're going to have fewer Spanish speakers. I know it's been suggested that by superintendents that, could people be placed in other towns, and not in any way that against refugees or anything, but we're feeling the pressure of this ever expanding population. But it's not reasonable to house somebody in St. Joe so he can ride his bike into work.
So you're talking about things that are community issues and.
Well, but I guess what I'm saying is we are pitting groups against each other. Special ed, English language learners, and African Americans are all protected classes under OCR. And we're pitting them against each other. And I'm wondering if we need to rethink how we're looking at it.
Have we answered any of the other questions on your
Okay.
list? Okay.
Well, we can
Excuse me.
always go back to this.
Can I just ask something?
Sure.
It says, why was Wiley not being
Jennifer,
considered?
I don't understand where you get, and then it's been mentioned a couple times, where do you get the 500? I'm looking at March 2024 attendance, and there are 202 now at Leal, 210 at Dr. Williams, and 60 at Yankee Ridge, and that doesn't add up to 500. So I don't know where you're getting this 500 number from.
So I think it is the Spanish dual language students, including French. For the projection for next year.
I think it was FOIA. And so it's the
We
latest
didn't need it to
number.
be FOIA. So it was, the RSP people had 463 in their documents.
No, 463 is what is,
Oh, you're talking about the enrollment count. Gotcha.
So the current enrollment.
yeah, and I don't have the current enrollment count yet. Yeah, but I didn't get the packet. Good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. what did
I
you
don't
say?
have it in front of me, sorry.
Okay, but it didn't come from our attendance now, that's what I was.
No, it is not in our attendance now.
Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Um,
Can we go to your next one, Jennifer?
So board members are allowed to discuss as long as they want to. If according to Robert's rules, if at some point a board member wishes to call the motion that's on the floor, they can do what's called the call the question, which is a superseding motion, which would take, I think, 5 board members to vote in favor of it for it to pass, and then we would immediately proceed to a vote. But unless there's sufficient impetus for the board to make that, any board member can talk on this subject for as long as they like.
Do you want to say something? Do you want to skip to a different question?
No. I see 18 questions in here, and they are all very important, and I'm pretty sure they come from the community. I wish just to respect time for everybody, and we have an agenda to follow. And I know this is your first time, and I know how important it is for you. You are very passionate, and I have a lot to learn from you. But I feel like having discussions right now for the questions that we've been receiving every week and that we have answered in all the presentations is a little bit of wasting my time. I mean, if the board wants to keep discussing with you these questions, I'm fine. I suppose I can learn more, but also I want to respect the time of everybody here.
So are you calling the question? Okay.
I guess is there a second for that? Okay. Hearing none, please continue.
So then you're saying that I can't get my questions answered?
No. So the motion to call the question failed for lack of a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is so we're back to the motion on the floor, which is proving concept 1 from RSP.
All right. I guess I did want to know why Wiley wasn't being considered. I know people have said that Wiley will be way more expensive. Having another elementary school will be way more expensive than having a 6th grade center, but I kind of don't buy that.
Sure.
You will have, when the board had the slides about all the money we're saving from Wiley, they took everything, and they said, okay, we wouldn't have a principal, we wouldn't have a social worker, we wouldn't have a maintenance man, anything. But when they talked about the 6th grade center, they said the only expenses would be we'd have to hire 4 new teachers. But on the other hand, you still, even if you're not going to have a principal there, you're going to need, at the 6th grade center, an administrative presence, secretaries, social worker, maintenance people. I mean, I don't think the saving is going to be as much as you might think.
So is your question about why are we not considering the DL program at Wiley? Or
Yeah.
you're asking questions about the 6th grade center?
No,
So
right.
the majority of the staff that are currently at UMS, we have 920 students. We're programming the 6th grade center for 325. The majority of those people are going to be relocated from UMS to the 6th grade center. We have a couple of FTE that we're hiring for elective classes because we want the 6th graders to have a similar program. So we are going to hire another PE teacher, another 2 elective teachers. But all of those people that you just listed are currently employees that work at UMS, and they would just be assigned
Okay,
to
so
the 6th
the
grade
maintenance, the secretaries,
Yes.
you're not hiring anybody extra. And that's going to be enough staff at both buildings.
There are 920 students, and we're going to be moving 300 to the 6th grade center and leaving about 600 behind. So, yes.
And what will happen with the rooms?
So right now, we've spent this year programming for the 6th grade center, and then again, this isn't happening until 25, 26. So there'll be a lot of time in future months to talk about how we're going to reallocate the space at the current UMS.
Okay. And when we closed when we closed Wiley, I think all of the teachers, I think we only saved 4 salaries, right?
No,
No,
we saved
so-
a significant
plus
number
the
of
principal.
salaries.
So, I mean,
We saved the principal, the secretaries.
so when Katie gave a presentation about a little, I forget when it was, about a year ago.
We had about $1 million in savings, but it was because we reassigned teachers to vacancies in the district that we were paying for substitutes for.
Or
So-
that we would have
Right,
hired new
and the
teachers
Wiley
for.
students filled those seats.
Yeah,
So those teachers, I mean, that kind of stayed the same. How many teachers how many fewer elementary teachers did we actually have? I mean, sitting in classrooms, even if they were a sub.
If Wiley had remained as about, it's about 12, you said?
Yeah, I think it's about
It
12.
was 12, yeah. We have about,
have to go double check to get the exact.
But
we have a number of long-term subs and vacancies right now all over the district.
Oh, no,
So
I know.
even moving the Wiley teachers did not cover every single classroom that we have at the elementary level either.
Right,
So,
right,
okay.
yeah. Right, but what I'm saying, what was the cost savings?
it was
Katie just told you it was about $1 million.
About $1 million.
1.1 or
out of our
something like
operating
that.
budget, about $1 million every year.
I'm sorry.
Out of our operating budget, about $1 million every year.
Okay, and it's not going to be, do we know what the 6th grade center is going to cost as its operating budget?
So we have looked at that. I wish you'd send us these questions in advance, Jennifer,
I
because
thought that-
this is like multiple presentations that you're asking us for information for. But if we
Thought I couldn't do that until I was sworn in.
you're a member of the public. We
Well,
get
that-
emails
that's
all
water
the
under the
time.
bridge at this point.
This is why she wants to push it to 2 weeks. This is why.
I understand.
She's new. She has not had an opportunity to have any of this information.
Ben, I'm sorry.
No, listen, this is the way.
No excuse. I'm sorry.
Jennifer has been at almost every single
Yes.
board meeting and made public comments. I think you've addressed quite a few of these questions on this list in your public comments. I could go back and pull them up, but I could go through here and cross off several that you've sat right at the table.
And I never got
and
an
made-
answer to them.
But you sat in meetings.
That was the thing. That was
You
the
were
boss. He has a
meeting.
Order,
committee
please.
member.
One person talking at a time. Please hold your applause, please.
So I'm going to find the 6th grade center presentation and get you that number. I think we've already answered question 3. Do you want to go to question 4?
Let's go down.
Yes,
Just keep
and
going.
if students in the French DL program in the 24-25, if they enter the dual language program for French in 24-25 or 25-26, will the program continue through 5th, 8th, or 12th grade? Because if it's going to go all the way through 5th or 8th, once you have, and that's in another one of my questions, once you have only 6th graders at the 6th grade center, and you don't have 20 of that one language, you don't have to serve them anymore.
So our plan currently is to continue to offer French dual language ELA. Is that right, Lupe? I think French language arts. Yes. And that basically is what we have done for our students as they have gone through middle school and high school, and we've committed to continuing to do that. We have a teacher that currently does that at UMS, and hopefully she's not going anywhere. And
for the French and the English native French and the
for
native.
any student that continues
in
in the
the-
French dual language program, if
Mhm.
they continue as a 6th, 7th, or 8th grader, we currently have a teacher at UMS that teaches French language arts.
Mhm. And
we will
and we would
continue
do
to
that even if there were fewer than 20 students.
We will continue to do that, yes, as part
Okay.
of the current program.
Okay, and and obviously with Spanish, you would do the same then, if we had fewer than 20.
We
At the
currently
6th
do
grade.
that at the, for Spanish.
For Spanish.
Well, you've just said that that's probably not going to be happening anytime soon, so yes, but if that were to happen, we would continue it.
Okay.
So I have the financial impact slide up, And based on the positions that we would be moving from UMS to the sixth grade center, the total estimate of yearly savings going from 5 elementaries to a sixth grade center is $530,000 is the savings. The positions that
Is that all including?
reduced savings for new positions at the sixth grade center was $550,000. Total savings for FY24 was $1 million.
So you're saving $450,000 a year.
Okay.
With the programming at the sixth grade center.
Yes.
Being expanded.
Okay. Some of the benefits of having Spanish dual language in one school are not possible. We're having French dual language in the same building. Announcements and assemblies in Spanish, for example. Integrating the two populations and the two DL staffs will be more difficult. Is this the best place for the French DL program, given these obstacles and the fact that the Spanish program likely will grow, as we have been assured by professionals working in the refugee and immigrant resettlement programs?
So the French dual language program was created for our Francophone families and our Congolese families, and they are excited about the opportunity to be part of a multilingual language academy. Some of our families that have talked to me, they are multilingual and speak multiple languages, and they are looking forward to the opportunity to be in a space where French is spoken and Spanish is spoken, and I think per what the parents from that particular community want, it is the best place for them based on what they've shared with us.
Okay. Okay. And I don't have a number at the other one, and I don't have a number at my next one. It said, I'm worried about the students at DPW. Are we protecting them or isolating them? What are the plans to help them? Just leaving them there isn't a plan. They're not progressing. The scores are low and they're staying low. Is leaving all the students there all together the best thing for them?
So what we're doing now is antithetical to one of the principles of Urbana, and which is every child should have the opportunity to go to school with their neighbors. That's the one neighborhood in town because the growth we've seen in that population. I mean, 10 years ago we had 4 empty classrooms in that building, and now we're shipping hundreds of kids out of that area to other schools where we've seen declines. In the neighborhood. My neighborhood, for example, has seen a fairly dramatic decrease in the number of kids who go into the building, right? So it's something that has to be fixed. I think it's the biggest sin, frankly, of my time on the board. The fact that we've done nothing about that for a decade now, and we're trying to address it tonight.
I'm trying really hard to temper what I really want to say, but the way you have phrased these questions, I have a real problem with the way that you're portraying the black students that need to go back to that are going back to that neighborhood. If we have high expectations for all students, they will learn. All children can learn. It doesn't matter where they are. It doesn't matter what school they go to. Is leaving all students there together the best thing for them? I have a real problem with these comments, so I'm not going to address them because they are very racially motivated, and I'm
Actually, I wasn't talking about.
It's just the way you're phrasing it.
Can we please stop talking over one another?
We've answered the question, so let's keep going.
Okay,
please.
When I was looking at this, when we closed Wiley, I looked at the demographics of the schools, and DPW was 86% low income. King was 91% low income. Thomas Paine was 72. Wiley was 81. Yankee Ridge was 81. Leal was 54. I have to say, when we were talking about should it be Leal or DPW, as soon as somebody said to me, do we want to move another neighborhood of African-American children? And I said, no, we don't, because I looked at the difference between Leal and DPW. And from then on, my only comments were that Leal was not the building because it's not big enough. Because I stopped, but when you look at the low-income numbers of the other schools, of Wiley, that we already closed, and now we're going to move those kids again, and you look at the number of African Americans, DPW is now, it would be different now, because it's 36% African American, but that's because when I was doing it, part of them, a lot of the kids are Spanish speakers. But King was 59, Thomas Paine 36, Wiley 53, Yankee Ridge 56. And so we're talking about majority minority buildings and children that were moving. I'm not trying to pick out, oh, well, it's okay to move African American students. What I'm saying is we need to look closely at what are we doing to change things? I mean, maybe we ought to be looking at how do we use our Title I money differently.
And we're doing that.
And, well, that's good.
Yes.
That's good.
Okay.
But I think that we're jumping into something that is going to put I know you say, and I believe that you believe it, that we wouldn't suggest a building unless we thought the program was going to fit there. But you suggested Leal, and the program wouldn't fit there. Now we're suggesting Yankee Ridge, and according to our own numbers, the program won't fit there.
So is there a question there? I feel like we answered question 5. I don't know that I actually heard a question. So are we moving on to?
We're moving on. Is it
Okay.
a civil rights violation to move a student from a higher performing school to a lower performing school? And I got that from a community member.
Until we can say that all of our students are high performing and every single student in Urbana School District is getting what they need, at whatever they need to be high performing, then I have a problem with that question as well. So all of our schools right now are low performing.
Yes.
All of our student groups are
Yes.
low performing, which is why we are doing some very significant things to do some things differently, because what we've been doing for a long time is not working.
I agree. And I think some of the reason is that we're not planning ahead. We didn't have a strategic plan that said, why would we have moved the Wiley students and said, oh, you're going to be there forever if you want to be. And then now we're going to move those same students, many of them African Americans, many of them low achieving, and we're going to move you again. Yeah, we said that, but we're sorry. We really thought we could move you there, but I feel like we haven't done our due diligence and looked at all the factors that go into this. There's too much. Okay, and I'll go on to the next one.
So I think we've already answered question 7 when we talked.
Yes, we did.
So question 8, what will happen to the special education programs at Thomas Paine and the EBD program at Yankee Ridge?
And I was wondering, what happens to the investments at Thomas Paine?
So right now, the vote on the
motion
floor
on the
is
floor
concept 1.
Is concept 1, so that the.
Okay, so that would, okay. And how about the special program, the room at
So
Yankee Ridge?
I talked about that before. So the intensive instruction class that is currently at Yankee Ridge is fairly small. I think there are 5 or 6 students that are there right now. So we are waiting until a concept is chosen. And then we will be, John has information ready to go to families so we can determine who's going where, and we're going to make the decision about where the instructional intensive program will be very soon.
And Beth and Lupe might also
And
have
Beth
some
and Lupe
extra
also.
answers if they.
I don't know if Beth wants to say
If they-
anything else about that, but you got to come forward.
From our Student Services Department, we've talked about scenarios for all the potential decisions and worked as a department with some of our building leaders as well as district leaders to identify what we think are our next best steps. We have times planned for this week and next week to take a look at where all of the students are going to land and where our staff need to be to support that. So we've been planning for quite some time. For lots of different scenarios, so the next step will be digging into whichever option is chosen tonight.
Okay. And then are when you look at the school buildings and the number of classrooms that we're planning to put the dual language program in, does that include those special ed classrooms?
So we've actually spent a lot of time this year as an elementary department talking about our services for students at the elementary level, recognizing that while we need to have district programs in certain buildings, we also need to increase our continuum of services at all of our elementary buildings. And so every time John and Dr. Ivory Tatum have taken a look at giving numbers to the company that did the redistricting, we included spaces for special education classrooms and programs and teachers and staff. We also have really taken a in-depth look at our kids coming from early childhood this year to identify a stronger way to support students at all elementary buildings. And we had a conversation, dialogue with our elementary teachers at the last school improvement day where we talked about better serving students in their home school while also providing intense services. Our SIP day was in February, so was that, I think, the day we had that conversation and dialogue.
So I guess what I'm asking, if it's Concept One and Yankee Ridge, when you looked at the program, at the dual language program going in there, the area at Yankee Ridge that houses the EBD.
Our intensive instructional. Yeah.
Was that included as part of the space that dual language could use?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
it
Yes.
was? And so you can't continue with that program there if
It
dual
would not make
language-
sense to continue with the program there because those students also go into the general education classrooms for whatever individual time is determined for them. So it would not make sense for them to be going into the Spanish or French general education classes.
Except that half,
Because-
at least at the older grades, half the instruction is in English.
Right, but if the time that isn't in English is the instructional time that would make sense for that student, then it would not make sense for them to not be able to do that.
Okay.
Because it's a French or a Spanish class.
So you're looking at moving the program?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as Dr. Ivory Tatum said, right now it is a small number. It's 2 teachers, and it is a small number, but we know that we'll have to have some intensive structures in place to transition them, just like we will with all of our students.
But the classroom also has a different setup to it.
So
Then-
historically, that classroom has a space that was used for isolated timeouts. Our isolated timeout rules in the state have changed significantly over the last 5 years. And so those are spaces, the doors are not on, so they are calming spaces that, while won't be identical depending on the space, it could be identical in another building. it's no longer as special as it used to be now that the isolated timeout rules have changed significantly.
And I thought they were like observation things. And
There
stuff.
are, that's not very typically used at this
Okay.
point. It's actually the nursing closet.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay.
Number 9, the demographics.
Okay,
And
the
number
actual
9,
demographic and of the schools right now, and this is when Wiley was closed. I mean, this is not, because I don't get the,
So the request is, can we put demographics and resides number in one table and put those together? So yes, we can do that and get that information to you.
okay.
And I think if you want current demographics for all the schools, there's a wealth of information on the Illinois School Report Card that has
That's-
it broken down by race, and you can break it down all sorts of different
Yeah,
ways
that's
as
where I
well.
got this other, but and it's for now, because I didn't think that
No,
was up
they've
there.
been-
Last
That was-
year.
That's for fall
So
housing.
we'll get you
Yeah,
actual.
yeah, I didn't think it was for now. Okay.
Forward for the next
If
question.
redistricting was based on putting students as close as possible to a school, why was Orchard Downs left at King? And I asked this because a parent asked me, and a parent asked this question at one of the meetings at the high school, or the whatever school. You answered, it is because teachers at King have taken extra classes to prepare them to work with ELLs. Is this still true? I know we have some ESL teachers there, and one teacher that has the ESL endorsement. I was wondering, do you have the numbers of teachers with ESL endorsements at King at this point?
So for the ESL program, it's currently supported by 6 certified ESL teachers. There's someone that supports push in and pull out at 4-5, someone at 2 people at 2-3, 1 person at K1. In addition, there is also the 2 native language teachers that are there to support as well as one of our literacy interventionists is also ESL supported. And then as you mentioned, for classroom teachers, there are 2 additional classroom teachers that also have either their ESL or their TESOL licensures as well. I continue to offer that as far as training to support teachers. As you know, it's hard to get people to want to take classes in the evening, but that is something that we continue to offer. I did a presentation on this topic. I don't remember the date. It was in February sometime. And I really explained the robust program that King has had and has had for 40 years, as you're well aware, that really the system that has been established there, it really would be hard to replicate in its current state in another building, in addition to moving all of that staff as well, having room for all of that additional staff.
It would be 5 teachers?
It would be the ESL teachers, the 2 native language teachers, as
Right.
well. Yeah, so it would, I believe in my presentation, sorry, I didn't have that
Right,
today. I
right.
believe it was 8.
But they wouldn't move with the kids, just like it's not like we say we can't move the Spanish speakers to Yankee Ridge because all the Spanish-speaking teachers are at Leal. We just move the
Correct.
Spanish-speaking teachers.
Correct. The ESL teachers could move with the program. But what I'm saying is that when we look at buildings such as Leal or other buildings, it's finding room for 8 additional office spaces or literacy support type spaces that buildings just don't have right now. At the time, the question was, can we just move the students in Orchard Downs to Leal? And I had mentioned that we have students not living in Orchard Downs that take advantage of Pashto, of Arabic, of Mandarin, of all of our additional services. So in that case, you would have to also duplicate what you're doing at King at another building.
Well, no, that would be silly. You'd have to move the program.
Right.
Right, and I guess I don't see, because I think what this person asked was, okay, for someone living in Orchard Downs who often don't have a car.
Sure.
And so it would be easy to get their kid to school, go to work, come back. And since it used to be that the majority of the students were from Orchard Downs.
And that's not
And that's
the
not
case
true
anymore.
Okay,
No.
seeing that, I
No,
didn't know.
total, the program is about, I believe it was 90 students, and maybe half are in Orchard Downs.
Okay, so half. So, but it would be easier for them.
To continue to give them what we've been giving them and without any interruption, them staying at the program staying at King is in their best interest, in my opinion.
Okay. The best use of physical resources. Under current proposals, we would have 2 relatively new and large buildings deliberately being underutilized, UMS and DPW, while other buildings are reaching their maximum. How will we use that space? How will that empty space not being used help solve the problems that we see at these schools? As I understand it, teachers will not have a reduced class load and students will not be in smaller classes. Is that right? Is my understanding correct? So what are we doing with the empty classrooms?
So the class count that we have been sharing and has been FOIA'd multiple times, those class counts and class sizes will be very similar to what we currently have. So there won't be much larger classes, but those classes won't be much smaller either, mainly because we don't have enough teachers to fill the number of classes that we have at elementary right now. I can't imagine what we would do if we were to reduce all of our classes significantly. We wouldn't have enough teachers for all of those classes. So we've talked about the spaces at UMS. I don't want to really speak to what we're going to be doing with those spaces yet, because we want the UMS administrative team and teachers over there to have input into how they need to repurpose the space for 600 plus students. I know that is one of the benefits for us utilizing a 6th grade center, is being able to open up the space at UMS significantly to reduce some of the hallway traffic, to reduce some of the behavioral concerns that we have, and being able to separate 7th and 8th graders. But again, we have not come up with that plan yet because the 6th grade center is not opening until 25-26. So our focus this year has been planning for 6th grade. Right now we have 500 students at DPW. The RSP, I think both Concept 1 and Concept 2 has the building staying around 450 or less. So while that might feel like a whole lot of empty classrooms, it isn't a lot of empty classrooms when you think about the people that will be there working with the students. So I don't foresee us having a building that is going to be sitting empty with 450 kids.
And I'd add that's near the cap that it was for the previous years prior to 2023.
Well, I thought actually at a meeting you said that at DPW you found that you couldn't have more than a certain number of students.
So we chose to, we set our own limit. It used to be 450, and we've tried to stay between 450 and 500 for lots of reasons. Not because we couldn't, but we felt it was better for students. Transitioning 500 kids is not the easiest thing to do, especially 500 little kids. So arrival, dismissal, lunches, just all of the things that happen on a normal day in an elementary school, doing that with more than 500 students in a space is challenging. And so that's why we've had additional supports at Dr. Williams. That's why we're planning to have maintain as much of the staffing that we can in the new dual language school, to have as many adults as possible. So we have kind of imposed that as a functional capacity that we like to stay within, but again, so.
And I had the impression that that was for DPW like that other schools didn't really have a cap like that.
It has been for DPW, yes.
And the reason was?
The reason is we don't want to put 700 students in one building.
Well, not 700. Oh my God.
Right now we could put 700 students at DPW if we took all the 200 students that are spread out all over the district in other schools that don't get to go to school with the kids on their block.
So yes, we have set that 450 to 500 as our self-imposed cap, to not have 700 students physically coming to the space. The number of car riders, buses, just all the things that would be involved in trying to have 700 students in an elementary building would be just impossible for us to do that. I think we've answered number 12.
Yes, we did.
So 13, the cost of making Wiley a sixth grade center.
I think we answered that too.
Okay, 13. We've talked about 14 quite a bit.
Well, we
in-
didn't,
not
we
tonight,
did talk
but we
about
have
it,
in
the
this
travel
space.
time for teachers maybe, but that's fine.
We're hoping that we won't
I
have
was
people
looking at the
traveling.
density bubble that we were given by RSP.
The heat map.
And it shows, this is for dual language, and it shows, I mean, obviously, the kids up north don't have any school near them. But there are small density bubbles here and here. Are those Spanish speakers or are those English speakers?
I did get something from RSP that those were the small number of Spanish speakers, but the color, the overwhelmingly large red spots at the north end account for the vast majority of those students.
Mhm.
The kind of lighter yellow and greens is a relatively small number of students comparatively.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they are closer, actually, to DPW than they are to Yankee Ridge, as you know, is all I was going to say.
The relatively large, they're closer kind of as the crow flies, but because of Cunningham and the way the roads
I know
are
that
laid
this
out,
is the-
it's actually pretty much closer to Yankee Ridge.
Okay. And I think I said this before, the DL program is growing and is already outgrowing the two schools we are considering. Yankee Ridge target capacity is 472. February enrollment was 503 for dual language. Yet the district is projecting that the DL program will not grow. By law, we must serve the Spanish speakers. So if the number of Spanish speakers goes up, will we just reduce the number of English speakers that we allow into the program? And related to that, the Bilingual Advisory Committee was mentioned that they were worried about a segregated school. The district has said it won't be segregated because it'll be 50-50. It's not 50-50 now. And if it goes below, much below where it is now, which is about 24%, it's like 22 and 23, 22 for Spanish speakers, I think, and 23 for French speakers. But about 24%. Is it becoming a segregated program? That is my question. Is that how our Spanish speakers will feel about it? The Bilingual Advisory Committee.
So I do want to share, and I know Ricardo has left, but the presentation that he and Felipe did, I just want to be very transparent and honest. The rest of the Bilingual Advisory Committee did not feel that it was representative of the entire group's viewpoints, so I just want to be very transparent with that. I would highly recommend any of you come to any of our Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee meetings and hear what the collective has to say about that. So I will answer your questions.
No, I'm going to ask you to repeat that. Wear hearing aids, and what you said was the presentation that Ricardo made wasn't, I'm just checking.
They made it on behalf of them as co-chairs, but it was not previewed or input given by the entire Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee. I just want to be very clear about that. And at our meeting last week,
they don't have that concern.
they are the chairs. They came and brought their perspective. I just want to be clear about that.
Okay.
Regarding your question about classrooms and space for English dominant families. When we determine how many kindergarten classrooms we're going to have the upcoming year, it takes into account half of each of those classrooms being spaces for English dominant students. So we start with the number at early childhood K-age students, which let's just say hypothetically is 40. So if I have 40 Spanish dominant K-age kids, if we were talking about a one-way dual program, that'd be maybe 2 kindergarten classrooms. But because I want to make sure there are seats for English dominant students in these spaces, my recommendation would be to do 4 classrooms. So that way you have 10 Spanish dominant and 10 English dominant. And then you still have a few extra seats for kids that move in, because the capacity at K is 23 before you get a TA. So the plan always has been to continue to follow that protocol to allow for seats for our English dominant students. Otherwise, you don't have a 2-way program. You have a 1-way program. Sorry, I'm reading your question again.
Will it feel segregated?
So that was the other point that I wanted to come at. As you are aware, even within our Latino community, we are a very diverse group of people. I'm Mexican by descent. We have people from all over Latin America and Spain in our program. And I think saying that all Latinos are the same and the same people, I'm sorry, I think it's very inappropriate to say that about our families, because we are learning about each other and each other's cultures. And even for our Chicanos and our Mexican families, like, I was born and raised in the U.S. You know, I know a lot of families in our program that are just new arrivals. We're learning from each other. So I kind of push back on that to say that it is segregated, because we're all a different culture learning from each other. When I shared with Sherry, because she asked some information about what the demographic would look like when the 2 programs are combined, and I recently shared that with at the Front DL Parent Forum last week. It actually improves some of the diversity by including a higher African American number within the French and DL program combined. It includes more linguistic diversity by having other languages that have not been present in either of those programs. So I guess I disagree with that point.
Okay, so my question was, do the Spanish-speaking families feel, and I agree with you, very, very, very diverse group of Spanish speakers we have in this community. I agree with you. And is it true that they'd be fine if they were just all in one school all together?
I think it's really hard for one person to answer a question on behalf of all the people you're
Hundreds of
asking
people.
Sure.
us to answer the question
Sure.
on.
Sure.
And
I'm just
yeah. So
does
so
it
the answer-
feel?
Can I say something as a member of the community and a biracial family? I feel like right now we are not feeling like we're going to be segregated. It's just we are going to give the opportunity to our kids, like the other kids are going to have. By having the Duolingo program together, we're going to try, because it's a problem from all the district. But having the Duolingo program together is a better opportunity for us to grow as a community, to learn, and also to have all the services that we need.
Okay, so you don't feel that it would be a segregated program? Okay.
I was in the dual language program for like 6-7 years, and we already didn't have a lot of contact with students who weren't in the dual language program. So I feel like there wouldn't really be much of a difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't, how many English speakers were in your class? And how many Spanish speakers?
I'd say majority of it was Spanish speakers, like native Spanish speakers. There was like maybe like 6 English speakers.
Okay.
But yeah.
And I think the piece I want to add to that is that sometimes it's really hard to say who's English dominant and who's Spanish dominant just by looking at the child.
Of course.
Especially this generation of Latina families are growing up simultaneously bilingual. So while they may prefer one language over the other, that does not necessarily mean that they're just Spanish speakers or English speakers.
Okay.
Okay, and question number 18
That was, we're going from 43 to 50%, 43% to 50% being bused. Does this violate the original priority, the importance of proximity to neighborhood schools? But I think that question was answered honestly by saying that that increase was almost, if not entirely, due to English speakers.
Yeah, we're expanding.
Who
that a
are
little
in
bit.
the dual language
Yep,
program.
for native
Yeah,
English
I
speakers.
would
Yeah.
expect-
Now, I thought we were going to try and do that this year, and then we ended up with not enough buses or something.
We started the year, it was short 8 drivers.
Oh, no, it was more like 12 or.
I forgot Dawn was still sitting there, sorry.
And so, and that won't happen this year.
That's why we didn't do it this year,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think that is all 18 questions. Jennifer? Yep.
Does anybody else wish to make a statement or ask a question?
Have we polled our English-speaking families at Leal or DPW if they're going to stay in the program? Do we know what that number is?
No, we don't, and we haven't done that yet because it's really hard to ask somebody what you're going to do when you don't know what school they're going to be going to. You don't know the make of what was, if we were going to have Spanish at the time, Spanish and French, where the program is going to be located. If I'm a parent, I'm going to make that decision once I know which concept it's going to be and where my kid's going to be. We just hired a principal. I think that was an important consideration for some people, just based on the number of people who wanted to be on the interview team alone, that were really interested in making sure that we had a highly qualified administrator to run the program. So I think polling and asking those people early on in this process would have just given us not good information. But at this point, once a decision is made by the board, we already have a couple parent letters ready to go to send to people to ask them what they plan to do and give them a date by which we need to know back from them.
What if 25% of those families decide to stay, or not stay in the dual language program, but to go back to, or 50% of the families? That seems like an unknown that we need to know. Because if we have a lot of families at Leal who say, I don't want to go anywhere other than Leal, that's going to throw off numbers. And that's not going to throw off numbers, it's going to toss numbers right out the car window when it's driving down the highway. So,
Can I add something to?
No, please hold your applause.
So we have a meeting where the new director of the Duolingo program came, and also we have the community coming to Anita Purpose Center a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, there is a lot of confusion, and there is a lot of it's scary moments. Me as a mother, my kid is in Leal. It's going to be a tremendous change. I'm sorry. Leal is not my school. We are not leaving the district, so if my kid doesn't decide to stay in the Duolingo program, we have to go to wherever the district team says. But the majority of the people who were there, we cannot say that everybody was there because it was a large group, but wasn't everybody. They were confused about what is going to happen with my kids. Once they understood that the program is actually with expectations of improve, that the kids are going together with the teachers and the community, they understood and they were agreeing with that. When I asked my kid about it, he's 8 years old, I asked him, hey, this is happening, the program is going to move, what do you want to do? He speaks English, he's his first language.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought he will say, I want to stay where my friends are. And he has friends in both parts of the program. His answer was very sweet, and he said, I'm going to go where I can learn Spanish, Mommy. So I don't know if that answered the questions, but I feel like if the intention for this program to get together is to improve the program, as a parent, I feel confident that moving my kid is going to result. Even so, all my life is going to be chaotic.
Anecdotally, that's fine, said Lolly, but we haven't asked any other families. That's one family. We don't know how many other families are going to. We don't know, and that's important to know. Because if it's 10 families, say 10 kids, that's a lot of kids. That's half a class.
So apparently we're just, sorry. So let's just again go with the
Well, I'm just saying,
hypotheticals.
due diligence, man. Due
I
diligence,
agree,
come
but
on.
let's go with the hypotheticals, because like you said, we don't have information. But what we do have is enrollment numbers right now. Right now, between Spanish DL and French DL, if they this year had been in one building already, it would have been a little less than 500 kids. About 150 of those students are students that are families that are English dominant. So if all 150 families that have applied to be in this program for the past 6 years were to say, I'm not going, which I would be shocked if every single one said that they weren't, that's still 350 kids that would be in that building, which is a building. Let me finish. Our ELL students in a whole building, in the graphic that I sent you, Sherry, I believe it was about 65%, sorry, I don't have my computer, of our ELL students across the district, we have a fraction of them that have waived services. Because what you're saying for them is not, I don't want the dual language program. It's that I don't want any EL services for my child
I'm
and
not
our
talking about them.
families.
I'm not talking about the emergent.
He's talking about the
He's talking about the
English
hun-
dominant families.
he's talking about
that
the-
won't-
families.
that won't want to
And
live there.
if say, hypothetically, if all of them leave, that leaves the program
350
100%
students.
emergent English language learners. So it throws the whole 50-50.
Again,
thing
that's
out the window.
assuming
Well, you're
that
saying
they are
hypothetically.
all Spanish,
Hypothetically-
that they are all only
hypothetically-
Spanish speakers.
Please.
Lupe, let me speak. Hypothetically, we're screwing ourselves by not asking these questions. Right?
Thank you. That's your opinion.
It's not opinion, it's a fact. It's a fact. Okay, I'm done.
I would add really quickly, our response rate on surveys has
John,
not been good. And so
don't
we
talk
could do
about-
that.
Don't talk
but-
about surveys. I'm sick of surveys in this community because they don't work.
I am too.
Okay, so don't bring up surveys.
Sorry. Is there anything else you want to ask?
No, I'm done.
Anybody else wish to make a statement or ask a question? Anyone? Then a roll call vote would be in order.
I don't know where to start. Member Stanton.
Yes.
Member Hickson.
No.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Baxley.
No.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum.
Yes.
President Pulowski.
No. Passes 4-3. Next up are our gifts. The Lille PTA donated $400 to help with the recent field trip. Steve Bedoni, SG Bedoni Incorporated in Indianapolis, Indiana, donated $300 to the Urbana High School Jazz Cafe. An anonymous donor donated $11,000 to the Urbana High School Drama Department for the purchase of auditorium equipment. The University of Illinois Panhellenic community donated an estimated $500 worth of school supplies to Lille Elementary School. Diane Dold donated $500 in the memory of Toby Shimpkin to the Lisa Witchell Memorial Library at Lille Elementary School. World Education Services LLC made a $500 donation to ML King Elementary School on behalf of Misha Episov. Mr. Episov, who emigrated to the United States as a child, shared that his family's first big break as immigrants came from the ML King Junior Elementary School. His mother was a part-time ESL teacher, while Mr. Episov attended as a student. The school selected his mother to receive sponsorship to further her education, as he was able to achieve her MBA, allowing for her successful career in the U.S. If it wasn't for his for this sponsorship, he should noted his American dream story would have likely taken quite a different course. Is there a motion to receive these gifts and send out the appropriate thank yous?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Food Service Management Company recommendation. Katie.
as previously discussed, did we discuss this? I can't remember. I'm really tired. We've, give me a second to collect myself. We participated in a almost year-long RFP process that began in October and culminated in a proposal opening in February. And Quest won that proposal, and I am recommending approval of Quest's contract for next school year.
Is there a motion to accept the contract from Quest?
I move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further comments, questions, discussion?
I have a comment that I'm pleased to hear that they're doing well.
Yeah.
They're making changes. That's good.
And thanks for all your work with them.
Thanks.
And
Yep.
I would thank her for her feedback, but she's gone now, so that's helpful.
All right.
I still have one question. My kid is still not having lunch in his school at least 3 or 4 days a week because of the lack of vegetarian choices. And when they offer vegetarian choices, it's a packet of crackers, fruits, and yogurt, which is not a lunch. When I offer also is the some butter stinky thing. So I will also have trouble with the app still not working, and I'm not so sure it's something I'm doing wrong, but I hear a lot of members of the community that have problems with the app or pulling up the menus to know what is going on. So I'm pleased to hear that in the middle school and the high school the menu is working, but at least in Leold it's not for the vegetarians and special diets.
Okay. I'll pass that feedback along, and I think that they were presenting about the vegan and vegetarian options, and I'll try to get more information. And our new dietitian, Emily Lane, is really wonderful. So one thing that I know that Quest has been really good at is being responsive to community feedback and requests. It's just, it's a big district, and we have a lot of complex programs. So I'll pass that along, and hopefully we can get some movement on that at Leal and other elementary schools as well.
I also want to add that I met with a team from Quest last week, and they're interested in helping out with the pantries as well. And they're going to suggest different ways in which they can either donate food that's might spoil, and that before they can use it, or extra meals at the end of the day. So hopefully our students will benefit from that as well.
It's great.
All right. Thanks for all the comments and discussion. Anybody else? Hearing nothing, roll call vote is in order.
Member Langendorf, yes. Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hickson?
Yes.
Member Staton?
I'm not happy.
So you can vote
Yes. No?
Say no.
Did you vote? Okay. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulaski?
Yes, motion passes. We do have a consent agenda tonight, which I will read. If anybody wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, they can say so. First up are our minutes from the March 19th, 2024 business meeting, the March 26th, 2024 special meeting, and the April 2nd study session. We have bills and checks for February and March. Ed fund bills to the tune of $1.659 million. O&M fund bills for $231,000, transportation fund bills for $275,000, working cash bonds for $35,000, school facility occupancy tax for $262,000, tort for $142,000, excuse me, life safety levy for nearly $25,000, payroll, salary, and benefits for $4.859 million. 12.3 is a motion to for advance approval for Urbana adult education bills and checks. There's a list of personnel items that was in our packet. Interfund loans, so working cash fund to O&M fund for $500,000, working cash fund to IMRF for $500,000, working cash fund to IMRF fund for $300,000.
I have a correction on that.
Okay, so I take it that it's not to the IMRF fund, but to something else for $300,000? No.
No, there's just an extra line. The 500 is duplicated, like it got copied down. It's just 500 to O&M and 300 to IMRF.
Okay, so please amend that motion to cross out the middle line in that agenda, and it's $500,000 from working cash to O&M and $300,000 from working cash to IMRF. 12.6 is appointment of our school treasurer. Dr. Preston L. Williams will be seeking approval to appoint him as school treasurer for the 24-25 school year at a salary of $5,200, which is not an increase. 12.7 is appointment of school auditor. We're requesting to appoint Forvis LLP as auditors for the 2023-2024 audit with a fee of $53,300, which is a $3,400 increase from the 2022-2023 audit. There will also be a $2,500 fee for the Illinois Community College Board Association, for the Illinois Community College Board Adult Education Literacy Grant Audit. First increase since 2017-18. 12.8 is a resolution of authorizing and directing the sale or disposal of personal property. This includes DPW library books, platform swing, vocabulary card packs, various textbooks. 12.9 is the transportation contract extension for 3 years between the school district and First Student, and approval of a UMS roof replacement bid to Advanced Commercial Roofing, with the winning bid being $149,000. Does any board member wish to remove any of these items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
I move for approval with the amendment as read.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments, questions, discussion on any of these items? Roll call, please.
Member Hickson?
Yes.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulowski?
Yes. Superintendent's report.
Okay. So, John, yes, starting, we have been collecting the 5th grade promotion ceremony dates, and we have those all listed here. We'll be creating a kind of one-pager document for families looking who may have friends or relatives in other schools that might be wanting to attend other 5th grade promotion events. So those are all listed here. 8th grade promotion, board members, as you know, you're always invited to those. So please let Lori know if you're planning on attending the 8th grade promotion, so we can have space for you on the stage on May 29th at 10 o'clock at UMS. And have board members already received the information from UHS around robes and graduation apparel yet? Okay, so that is probably coming very soon because they're already working on some of those things. So graduation is set for Thursday, May 23rd at 6 at State Farm Center, and board members are also invited to participate in that as well. Next week is Young Authors. Young Authors is a long-standing tradition in our district where we honor and recognize our creative writers and our students who for which writing is a passion of theirs. And it is, remind me, Kim, iHotel? Yes, so it is next Tuesday at the iHotel. Our speaker is Marion Malone. Our UHS student performances are always fun to watch if you're interested and want to see those in the afternoon. This UHS students from the theater department usually choose a couple of different stories or some of the written work of the students, and they perform it. So the students get to see their work live. So that's really exciting. So that is next Tuesday, April 23rd. Paulina already talked a little bit about the band celebration. So we're really looking forward to that this Saturday at UHS. And we have over 100 alumni who are signed up to come and be part of the alumni band concert and just the reception. There is an actual program, so there will be several people on program who will also be speaking that night.
The UHS Girls Soccer Showcase was on Sunday at the University of Illinois. I was sorry I had to miss that. I was looking forward to it. I was instead at the memorial service for Dr. Will Patterson was at almost the exact same time, so I wasn't able to go to the showcase, but it sounds like our girls did a great job and really represented Urbana High School well. So that was a great event. An oratorical. Tori was probably going to do this. So you want to do it? Okay. So one of our former student ambassadors, Michael Turner, he is currently a junior at UHS, won the first place state level Optimist Club International Oratorical Competition. And that came with a $2,000 scholarship, and Michael will now move to the national level in July, where he has the opportunity, I think he told me to, if he excels and moves through that competition, the possibility of $25,000 of scholarship money is additional. So we'll send all of our well wishes and best thoughts to Michael for this summer as he goes to represent Urbana nationally. And then this Friday is Staff Development Day. No school for elementary, early dismissal for middle school and high school. Monday is no school spring holiday. We've been talking a lot about kindergarten registration, so if you're listening and watching this and you have a student turning 5 by September 1st, please come and join us at Lincoln Square on April 24th. We are opening online registration starting May 1st, and the mayoral recognition program recognizing all of our students who participate in their service learning activities is going to be May 8th at Urbana High School. And then there's some FOIAs.
What evening?
The mayoral.
It's usually like 7 a night.
It's a little early.
Oh, is it earlier than that this year?
Yes, let me look.
I'll go ahead and read the FOIAs while she's looking that up.
It's at 5. It's starting at 5.
The first is from Tom Schroeder. Any unreleased recordings and any unpublished meeting minutes of all Board of Education standing committees for any meetings that occurred during the 2022-23 and 2023 and 2024 school years. From Tom Schroeder, all text messages sent or received by the superintendent that included public employees, included public officials, or pertained to public business. The term text messages is inclusive of any similar short or instant message services. Messages from January 2023 are still being requested. Tom Schroeder, any monthly board report attendance reports that exist for any recent months or as corrected versions relative to the January report from my February 16th, 2024 request. Board reports. Anybody have a board report tonight? All right, hearing none.
I can't let this slide. Your concerns with Jennifer's questions struck me. I've known Jennifer Hickson practically my entire life, and there's not a racist bone in her body. So I'm standing up for her because you felt her questions, you didn't like them. I don't want you to think that she's racist or, well,
Yeah, I don't
it was
think
implied. It was implied.
I didn't appreciate the racial undertones.
There's
in
no,
terms
but,
of-
yes, but listen, there are no undertones. I didn't
Okay.
find any undertones. I know her very well.
Everybody doesn't know her very well, though.
I know her
And there
very well.
were racial undertones.
Could you say that again?
Yeah.
For anybody to have.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's
okay,
not
that's-
something
But
that you
it's-
should be questioning.
Yeah, I mean,
if
nobody's
somebody
saying
else
she's
has an
it.
opinion.
I did-
Listen, this is board
I'm-
reports, one person at a time. He's gotta-
I'm standing up for our new board member.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I'm doing.
And-
Giving my opinion on who she is as a person. Okay?
We appreciate
Don't
that.
discount my opinion.
No, we're
No,
not
nobody
discounting,
is.
no one's discounting it.
And I'm really sorry if I inelegantly stated that comment. I truly am sorry if I did that. I really was talking about the fact that we have students who are very low income, they're low income kids. And I wasn't talking about them, they're,
So
and they are not making progress. And that worries me more than somebody thinking I'm a bad person.
Yeah, and I guess I want to clarify for Ben, no one was calling you a racist. I was taking issue with the way the comments were, the questions were phrased. So I guess what I would like to do, Jennifer, is work with you on the way that even just what you just said about low-income kids. There's an undertone that low-income kids perform low because they're low-income kids.
Right.
So I want to work with you a little bit on your language and the
Okay.
way you're phrasing things. So I guess that was the issue that I was taking with it, Ben. I wasn't calling her a racist. The way the questions were phrased and the way they were worded very much made me feel, and maybe I took it too personally as a black woman, that we were making undertone comments around the students' ability to perform and learn because they were black, because they're poor, because they're low income. So I would like to work with you on just rephrasing some of the way that you're posing those questions, because that hit me very personally, because that is how the people at Dr. Williams feel all the time when we have people in this community doing everything they can to fight to keep their kids out of that school. When we have a lot of people who are there who love Dr. Williams, they love their experience, they love their teachers, they think their kids are getting the best education, just as good as the people here from Yankee Ridge tonight. And so I just want us to be careful when we say things about that community, that we're not making broad statements around the ability for children to learn because they're black, because they're SPED, because they're poor and maybe low income, or an ELL. So that was what I was trying to say, Ben. So it wasn't a personal attack on Jennifer. It was the way the questions were phrased. So in the future, if you want to share some of those things with us ahead of time, then maybe I can kind of say, hey, maybe you might want to rephrase that, because someone sitting in the audience may take issue with the way that you've written that. I guess that is my advice, and I'm willing to work with you on that if you're willing to take that. But again, I was not calling anybody a racist. I was taking issue with the way the questions
Can
were
I
written.
point out something too?
Yes.
I mean, the way how also you referred about the segregation for the Latino community. As Lupe said, we are not the same, and we have multi-races kids. Like my kid, my husband is white, and I'm Latina. I'm from Mexico. He doesn't identify like Latino or any other, and it really kind of bother me when you say it. And it snappy a little bit. I'm sorry if I offend you or did something, but yeah, when you refer to a group which is underprivileged right now, and kids coming saying all the privilege they're gonna lose, and we don't think about the needs that are already happening in our community, in my community, my kids don't have that privilege that other kids come here to refer, don't losing it. So I don't know.
And I agree. And I wish all kids could have that privilege. And I was going from the comments that I thought the Bilingual Advisory Committee made. And that Bilingual Advisory Committee person said that they were worried about segregation.
The two chairs were. The two chairs were.
Yeah, the chair said that, so I just assumed it was I thought it was a committee report.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't a committee report. Yeah, I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Just coming from an African American community and living in this area for most of my life, words carry, and I just feel as well that all backgrounds of kids can come from different backgrounds of, it doesn't have to just be African American kids.
Of course.
It's all kids. I've seen it firsthand. So it's, you know, it just felt stereotypical. And you said you didn't, you know, and I believe you, but I'm just saying that's how I took it.
And I'm sorry if I did that. I guess, and I know we don't have time, we don't have money for smaller class size, but there is some iffier research that says smaller schools are better. And so having this group of students who is having difficulty improving, would they be better off in smaller schools? Even if, you know, I really am looking at that set of students. What's the best thing for them? I mean, when I was a king, you remember, I supported everything you wanted to do with the African American student. You said, we need your ESL computers. You had them.
Right.
And it made a difference.
And it made
a difference.
It made a difference for those kids.
Well, of course it did. And I don't say it wouldn't. I'm just saying,
it did.
This is,
Well, we want what's
we
best
got
for
to
them,
do
too.
something
I
different
agree.
for them. We can't just keep doing the same thing. That's all I was trying to say.
Well, and I think all we're saying is words matter.
Well,
and we
That's-
just have
I want to
remember
thank you,
that.
Ben, for kicking off this healing discussion. I think it's really important that we all see each other as teammates here. Just because we may disagree on a particular issue, you know, we're not dividing ourselves into friends and enemies on this board. Because if we do that, well, we're not going to get anything done. We all love all the kids in this district.
If we do that, we'll be Unit 4. Yeah, thank you very much.
I'd
They're
also,
gonna quote that.
But, you know, what the vote we had tonight was contentious, and it was hard, but it's just the first of many, many hard problems we have to face. We have a strategic planning process where we're going to engage the community in helping us, crack the issues we have with regards to, coming up with the money for programs, dealing with student behavior issues. The list goes on and on and on. So let's keep this collaborative working. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm losing words.
and respectful.
And respectful. So
Otherwise, it will impact staff recruitment and retention.
absolutely. But I appreciate the tenor of this discussion. I find it healing. Thank you.
There are a lot of things that are adding, but as people are talking, I'm going from one area to the other, and I just, as you said, Paul, this is our first step. There's so much more left to do, but getting students in the right program and having the dual language school as well is just the beginning of what we have to do. And I know that it's going to be very, very difficult for our Yankee Ridge families, just as it was for our Wiley School families and teachers. But going back to where I started this evening, talking about that one day in the 80s, in the 80s, 1980s, when this district redistricted. It was the first program I saw on public TV as far as a school board meeting. And I remember at the end of that meeting, there was a parent who pulled her child up after the redistricting vote was taken and said, "What are you going to do with my gifted child? My gifted child's not going to get the services that she needs in order to achieve her very best." And I just want you to know that gifted child, after redistricting to a program where her parent didn't want her to go, obtained her PhD at Harvard, is a psych professor at the University of Washington, was the 2018 winner of the Allen T. Waterman Award, which is the highest honor in the nation for early career scientists, and with a $1 million prize. She's a social and developmental psychologist, and we were very honored that she represented our district at one of the CU Schools Foundation Awards. So I think that hopefully that students will find what is important to them in their new schools, and we can support them. And we've got a lot of work to do, all of us. And we're here to support the administration in any ways that we can in order to achieve the goals that we have for our students.
Thank you. Lori gave me two quick things to remind. So all of us need to submit our statement of economic interest forms to the county clerk. So if you need help doing that, contact Lori, but there's a website you can go to from the county clerk's office where you can submit that online. There's also paper forms. Yeah, it needs to be
Just
done by-
copy what we did last year.
And I would add, when you go in, it defaults to 2023, and you have to
I
manually
made that
click
mistake. So yeah,
2024.
when you log into the site, it shows 2023, and you fill the form out, submit it. You need to click on the drop down and change it to 2024.
And it will pull your info over, so
Yeah,
if
yeah.
nothing's changed, it'll be simple.
You can do paper, but it's easier for some people to do it online.
It will show your historical ones, so it'll save it from year to year for you if you do it electronically.
And Jennifer,
It's-
we
it's-
haven't turned your information into the circuit clerk, so he probably doesn't have her.
You wouldn't
in
have a
there
login yet.
So if I were you, I would just do the paper one and let us turn it in for you.
The other thing is that the mentoring banquet invites that are at our seats, make sure we RSVP to Angie Armstrong. So these orange envelopes, they're invitations to the mentoring banquet that's on May 2nd, I believe.
There's an element,
Well,
there's 3 different
so
ones.
please read them, and if you're going to go, please let Angie Armstrong know.
And the retirement email came out today
Okay.
for the retirement.
I didn't see that one.
Oh.
We'll follow up with email. Does anybody else wish to make a board report? If not, the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned tonight.